and the key countries that were involved in this phase, and Kenya, Ghana, and Rwanda. Let me also express our gratitude to the Ministry of Education that has been really spearheading this initiative. My reflection, following all that have been said since this morning, including the video, I'm part of a research that has been looking at how leadership connects to change and innovation. And hearing from what people were saying this morning, I realized that our task as educators has become even very complex. And I will tell you the reason. We are living in a changing world. If you ask me, what are those key highlights we have now in the world? Of course, when you talk about Africa, the first thing will be conflict. You know, we are living in a conflict time. I was going to say this is not only special for Africa. We can see what is going on in some of the part of the world. There are also conflicts. So we are educators in the time of conflict. We are also educators in terms of social and economic transformation with two highlights: digitalization, that is changing completely how we work, how the labor market look like, and so on and so forth. And also, we are in a world where climate change is also affecting our lives, being social and economic. So I'm trying to place schools, educations, and therefore leadership in this context. What does it mean? It means if we touch leadership, the cause, as Mike was putting it, before moving to effect, what happened in between? A leader today, a leadership in school, need to have a critical thinking on how to navigate these, growing changes that we're involved in. Because that's how we will educate these young people. Remember, the children that we saw are the leaders of tomorrow. What we are doing is to make sure there's transformation of their education so that they can lead a never-changing world, which is even more challenging in this case. So that's really the reflection that came out as I was following. I said, that's really, really challenging to be able to tell, because even the jobs that we are talking about, I just came back from a conference in Lyon, what is known as the World Skills Competition and Conference, where I was part of a session looking at foundational learning for better technical vocational. How do we set foundation to prepare these young people to get into higher education or to technical vocational leading to job? Because if the foundation is missing, then the other area of education will miss. Again, the issue of leadership came up as well during that conference. But what struck me during that conference and the competition was the number of African countries involved in the competition. Almost none of them. So this is really another challenge. Where are we in the global competition? Where are we? Again, as we talk about leadership, and especially for schools, how do we bring in this idea of competitiveness? How do we move away from mediocrity to create efficiency, effectiveness, so that we can be actually visible in the global world? I think those are really some of the reflection that I feel we need to be looking at. If we talk about leadership, let's also add transformative leadership that will allow our young children to feel, as part of the world, they need to compete. There's no reason why, as African, we continue to lag behind. No reasons. as the world becomes a village, as the digitalization is coming, how do we embrace all these opportunities to make sure our education fit for today's and tomorrow needs? This is, again, where still leadership playing a key important role. So let me just share those few reflections and express again my appreciation for the organizers, for the Secretariat and VVOB, for a number of partners here in the room. I'm happy to see that beyond the 3 countries, we are also having other partners joining these efforts, and together we don't have any other choice than succeed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary of ADIA and Chairperson of the Steering Committee. Please let us clap again for him for this speech, which can serve as a keynote speech for the next presentations. And we note that, of course, we shouldn't train our youth to work locally or nationally, but we have to build and develop their mindset toward globalization. They have to feel like they are global citizens, and wherever opportunity are, they have to seize those opportunities and to serve the world. So that is very important, and it is a huge responsibility, of course, entrusted into the leadership. As I have said, allow me, I hope he's ready. Welcome Shem Bodo to give us a presentation on school leadership policy development and implementation, where we will be reflecting and looking back on successes and challenges. Shem, most welcome to the stage.
Thank you, Prof. I'm actually not going to give a presentation. I'm moderating a panel. This is a panel session on school leadership. And we want to focus on policy and implementation and the role of school leadership. And we want to hear really from the countries, because as the saying goes, it is the wearer of the shoe that knows where it pinches most. And so we want to hear from the shoe wearers, the country representatives. We want to hear from Ghana. We want to hear from Kenya. We want to hear from Tanzania. And of course, we want to hear from the host country, Rwanda. So we want to focus a lot on those policies and interventions or strategies that these countries have instituted in terms of school leadership, and also some of the successes as a result of instituting those policies and strategies. What has worked? What are the lessons? What are the challenges? So allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to call on board 4 distinguished individuals from our very own continent. From Kenya, I have Dr. Bartholomew Lumbasi, Director of Education and Head of the Directorate of Policy, Partnerships and East African Community Affairs within the Ministry of Education, Kenya. So Dr. Lumbasi, if you're here, kindly come up. I know I saw you. Yes. I think he was waiting for some energizer to come up. Daktari, welcome. Also, let's welcome Dr. Michael Boakie Yadom. Dr. Michael is the Director General, Institute of Educational Planning and Administration IEPA of Ghana. From Rwanda, the host, Eugene Fixer Goga, Director of School Leadership and Career Guidance and Counseling in Rwanda's Basic Education Board, REB. And finally, but not the least, we have Dr. Alphonse Amuli from Tanzania, the Deputy Principal Academics, Research and Consultancy Agency for the Development of Education Management, ADEM. So welcome. Thank you. My apologies on behalf of the organizers because clearly there's no gender representation here. So 1,000 apologies. We will do better next time. So let me start perhaps with Ghana. Okay, I think we are set. Thank you. So, Dr. Michael, and this is a question I'll also pose to the others. What policy initiatives has the government of Ghana introduced to move towards professionalization of school leadership in the country? In about 3 minutes. Just key policy initiatives.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Shem. I will briefly, I know I have about 10 minutes. So I'll begin briefly with post-independence Ghana, which spans from the late 50s to the 70s. And during that time, school leadership in Ghana mainly was about leading as a parent. So school leaders were expected to perform the role of parents, mothers and fathers in the school system. And at that time, this policy was more focused on caring for pupils and students in the school system with less accountability. Because at the family level, we don't question our mothers and fathers. Traditionally, in a typical Ghanaian home, we don't question our parents. So school leaders at the time were behaving and acting as parents. Then in the 80s, early 80s through the 90s, school leaders were leading with focus on inputs and processes. So how many school tables and chairs do I have in my school? How many textbooks do I have in my school? And the school leader will be so proud with thousands of books, sometimes kept in the storeroom and not being used. But that was the focus at the time. And then in the 2000s, the millennium and all that, more concentration on leadership for learning. So that has been the policy guidelines for Ghana from the 2000s up to now. Leaders are leaders, school leaders are leaders for learning. And therefore, in all that they do, they are reminded, and they remind themselves all the time that we are leading because of learning. There is focus on gender equity and social inclusion in the process. That is key. There is also the component of educational planning for school leaders. So what educational planning skills and competences do school leaders demonstrate? And we are realizing that that is a gap. I know there's a question. So I think I will stop here at this point, concentrating and focusing on immediate post-independent era policy where you have to be a parent and appear to be a parent and behave like a parent, mother, father in the school system, to the era where there was more focus on inputs and then processes, and to now where the focus is more on student learning outcomes and outputs with other related issues like gender equity, social inclusion being mainstream to drive school leadership in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, leaders for learning. And this morning we had somebody saying, this needs to be a responsibility that is observed daily. So now, if you are observing that responsibility daily, in your experience, following those initiatives that have been, put in place over the years, Can you share maybe one or two very successful initiatives? One or two?
So the first one will be the establishment of the Institute for Educational Planning and Administration, IEPA, which was established by the government of Ghana in collaboration with UNESCO in the late 1970s. And the idea was to train Ministry of Education staff, school leaders, planners, administrators in the Ghanaian school system. So this institute was established, and then later, after 5 years, placed at the University of Cape Coast to continue the capacity development of staff within the Ministry of Education, and also to run postgraduate academic programs. So IEPA has been functioning and playing this role up till now. And IEPA has produced many educational leaders, administrators through our academic program and our professional certification programs in the school system in Ghana. The second one is the intentional focus on school leadership by the government of Ghana. A couple of years ago, about 4 years ago, the Minister of Education initiated discussions on a national program on school leadership, NELI, National Education Leadership Institute. Even though the name is institute, it is not a physical institute with a structure anywhere. It works as a program. Now, that has been working in collaboration with IEP. So IEP is the lead institute for NELI in Ghana, with support from other agencies and partners and funders in Ghana. The goal is to intentionally prepare teachers into school leadership, and also enhance the capacity of educational leaders, school heads at the basic, secondary, primary level to become more effective with focus on the soft skills. Trying to develop school leaders who are empathetic to drive empathy-driven education in Ghana, school leaders who value or have the Ghanaian values to be able to drive values-driven education in Ghana. So these two, I think, are key, and we are beginning to see the impact in our school system, where school teachers are becoming more empathetic and more interested in student learning outcomes. They are also becoming more supportive of students through the values-driven approach, drawing from our indigenous knowledge. That's exciting to make sure that the school environment is safe, is conducive, and convenient for every Ghanaian child to thrive and become successful.
Thank you, thank you. You touched on, I think, two very important points. One is the issue of values. Very key, because this is something that sometimes we miss. I know that we talk a lot about foundational literacy and numeracy, for example, but there's also the issue of social and emotional aspects of this. And we know, for example, in Africa, that we have many, many issues which are somehow related to the issue of values. So it's good to know that in those successful initiatives, values plays a very key role. Let me now move to Kenya. Dr. Lumbasi, the same question. What are some of those policy initiatives that the country or the government has done around school leadership, to your knowledge, that is really working?
Thank you so much, Mr. Lumbasi. That's, I think, what you need to, I think it will be good. I think soon that pronouncement is coming very early.
Excellent.
I think I'll be there very soon to be a doctor. I really want to appreciate the question that has been posed to me on what policy initiatives in Kenya. Nationally, the policies that, in terms of the leadership role of the heads of the institution is dual. One, to provide instructional leadership, and secondly is to provide the administrative role within the learning institution. And in ensuring that they promote learning in school, they oversee on day-to-day instructional supervision to ensure teaching is taking place and the learners are safe and they are learning. And at the same time, in terms of the administrative role, in terms of accountability for the resources that are provided within the school. And at the same time, we remember that in Kenya we have got an independent commission which is recruiting the teachers. And in terms of professionalization, there's a separate career pathway in terms of what it takes for you to get to the headship of the institution. And at the Ministry of Education, for you to continue serving as a head of institution, you have to undergo a training that is mounted by the Kenya Education Management Institute to enhance their capacity. And this, through this particular program, we are able to professionalize the service delivery of the heads of the institutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And what would you say has been a key success of the initiatives that you've just shared?
The key success is that the heads of the institutions have played a key role in promoting the implementation of the curriculum and the delivery, and more so through the Kenya Education Management Diploma Program. The teachers have been able to acquire the requisite capacities that have enabled smooth implementation of the curriculum in schools and reduced the element of misappropriation of resources, and also enhanced student engagement within the schools and reduced school unrest. So I believe strongly that through the professionalization of the program, they have also been able to mobilize resources and get ownership by the communities because of the skills they acquire. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lumbasi. Let me turn now to Eugene Fixer. Or do I allow you first to drink, then come back? You have a sip, okay. Then let me give the floor to Dr. Muli. Same question, really. The policy initiatives that have been instituted that are really working in Tanzania.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Dr. Alphonse Amuli, as said by the moderator from Tanzania, in the institution dealing with education, leadership, and management, in short known as YADEM. Usually, we are implementing the government policies, and the existing government policy currently, and of course in the previous, based on the two questions, education for what and education for whom. That means teachers are trained in teacher colleges as well as in the universities. And the training is focused mostly on academic subjects and the teaching methodology. But when they come to employment, usually teachers are engaged in other activities. They deal with the children, that is another issue of human resource management, the issue of leadership and what. And later, they take positions like the school headship, becoming the head of primary or secondary school or whatever. Now they come across with the other roles or responsibilities which are not learned in the college. So the first policy initiated by the government is to establish the continuous professional development, CPD, which intended to fill the gap between what is learned in the college and what is existing in the field. So from continuous professional development, teachers are trained on leadership issues, financial management, issues of school leadership, monitoring of instructional activities and what. And all those activities are entrusted to the Agency for the Development of Education Management, that is the YADEM. So they use the YADEM for training those teachers as heads of schools or as in-service teachers. On the other hand, the government have established some initiatives like education sector development programs. Within those programs, there are projects. So the projects are specifically, there is a part of training. And those training are focusing mostly in instructional leadership, promoting positive learning environment, like managing instructional time, school culture, professional development for teachers, It is also through those training that teachers meet and share experience on how to manage their schools.
Thank you very much. So, with the introduction of the continuous professional development and somehow a community of practice for teachers as leaders, would you say that is working? And if so, what makes you say that it's successful?
Okay, thank you very much. It is very much working because teachers are now, head teachers or heads of schools are doing a wonderful job far from what they learned in the college. They are responsible to supervise even construction of school buildings or like classrooms, houses, toilets, and what. But they are not engineers. They had never been to the construction industry or whatever. They are able to supervise even management of school funds, something which is not learned in the college or whatever. They did not learn. But through this professional development, continuous, they do. So I see this as a success, and I see that there is high collaboration between the school and the community. Usually we have the something like school committees, the school committee for primary school and the school boards for secondary schools, whereby the community meet with the school leadership and discuss some issues for school development. So that is very successful because every school they have that either school committee or school board accordingly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I heard you saying that the leaders and the teachers are involved in construction.
Yeah.
I hope they're adhering to the national standards that have been set by the ministry and they're not putting their own standards.
Yeah, sorry, maybe I was not well understood.
Yes.
They are not involved in the construction, but they supervise the construction according to the standards from the ministry.
In the supervision. Thank
Yes,
you so much.
thank you.
Now let me come back to Mr. Fixer. I think now you've rested, you've cooled. For the host country, what are some of those few policy initiatives that are really working around school leadership? And then after you do that, you will want to know also, why do you say they are working? If you can give us one or two examples. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. It's working, I think. Yeah.
Is it working? Thank you, sir, moderator. Let me have this opportunity also to salute everyone in this room. Rwanda may not be proud of the longevity of how long it has been. You know, other countries started back in '59 and what. So I have to say ours is still young, if that is the way I can talk about it. But all the same, we have had some tangible achievements. And one of them, within the implementation, is putting up the structure of school leadership in the Rwanda-based education board. I will keep around Rwanda-based education board. So when we to go to other institutions, we can have it a bit later. But within Rwanda-based education board, we have put up this unit of school leadership, career guidance and counseling, which oversees the training, we do train, which oversees the implementation of school leadership strategies we have put in place, monitors and evaluates. So it's a bit of a very vigilant unit that keeps up the spirit of carrying on the school leadership initiatives. So that's one of the main policy implementation achievements. Second is we have a platform. We have a task force. This is a platform where we come together with educational partners. Of course, here there is VVOB, there is other partners There are other partners, I mean, that we do work with. A platform where we can tap the resourcefulness of these ideas, of the best working methods, and they also support in conceptualizing what we actually need in putting up better systematic school leadership practices. So this is how we do work. We respect and we bring everyone along on the same platform to work together. This is a government initiative, which I think is a policy part of implementation. Working with these partners, school partners, education partners, within school leadership, we came up with what we call professional standards, school leadership professional standards. If I had time, I would elaborate and mention on everyone, but here to have perfect school leadership, you need to have a leader who has a vision, who has a strategic plan, for the school. You have to have a leader who leads in teaching, who leads in learning, who works with the community, who takes the school as an organization, not as a simple entity of his. So these are the standards that every school leader must have. And we do make sure that within the unit of school leadership, we can the trainings and the assessment of what is going on. So we are actually very appreciative of the efforts of the education partners, and we do work together within this platform of the task force.
Yes, so with the setting up of REB and then putting in place platforms for peer learning, sharing, and of course the school leadership professional standards, how successful have these interventions have been? And just give us one or two concrete examples of that success.
Thank you, sir. Well, according to what we are doing and what we have in place, I said that we do some monitoring, we do some assessment. If we can be permitted to give an example of one school, the Muko, it was projected within the presentation that was made.
Yes.
That stands as one example, and we have similar other schools elsewhere within the country that are performing like that. Not, of course, leaving out that we have so many others still that need to be, helped and come to that level. So we have had some achievements, much as we still have some challenges, of course.
Okay, and just taking it from what you've just said last, now we want to move into some challenges.
Yes, sir.
We know that with successes also come some challenges, and we would just like if you can share with us, just starting with you so that you don't lose that train of thought. What are some of those challenges around effective school leadership that the country has experienced within the successes that it has made?
Well, if I have to mention some few challenges, of course, this other achievement has a parallel challenge. When you talk of research training, when you talk of monitoring, you need capacity. So capacity to have you need you need the professional capacity. You need other facilitations when I mean capacities to reach all over the country. So we still have limitations to that. We may not have the required number of professionals to actually carry on that task. And even if you had them, you would still have some challenges of how.
How?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. The issue of capacity. So let me then maybe come here, and then it's when I go to the other two. Challenges. What are some of the key challenges? We know there are many. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. The challenges which we see in education leadership in Tanzanian schools. One is the shortage of resource for training all those heads of schools, because after every time the new one are appointed, but there's no enough resource which can suffice to train all of them at the same time. So they find that they are just going for leadership without training until maybe later. Some of them even after 5 to 10 years before training. So it's a challenge. Another one, we conducted research also, the ADEM, to see what happens in the participation of women, gender participation in leadership. And we found that there are few women who are involved in school leadership. And it is not an accidental, but something like, we found that there are reasons, like fear for some women to participate in leadership. Others are afraid to get appointment far from the town centers and whatever. So there's a need of maybe a solution for empowering women to accept those leadership positions. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting aspects, the issue of deploying women away from the centers. There's also, of course, now the issue of the family also comes in. Are we uniting families or are we splitting them when we do that? So thank you. To Dr. Michael, just some critical, what I can say, challenges that are hampering maybe even the scaling of some of those successful interventions.
Yeah, thank you very much. Two challenges which at the same time have become two opportunities. So within these challenges are the opportunities as well. So the first one is inadequate mentors and coaches for school leaders. And that was problematic. So about 3 years ago, our institute, together with the Ministry of Education and TTEL, put a proposal together to develop intentional mentorship and coaching program for school leaders. Now, what we did was to identify exemplary school leaders and then attach them to other school leaders. So they coach them intentionally and mentor them intentionally. Then we moved on to a second phase where we identified retired but active. So they call themselves retired but not tired. So we identified these retired but not tired educators, retired school leaders, to mentor school leaders. So we started from the regional level, scaling down to the district level and also to the school level. And we are seeing significant impacts. School leaders look up to these retired mentors and other mentors in various areas, learning from them, enhancing their practices, and we are beginning to see even many more female school leaders, which is very exciting. So many more female teachers have been mentored into becoming school leaders. And the number of female school leaders at the pre-tertiary level is gradually going up. So we are very happy about that.
Okay.
Now, we call this our flagship program because we are yet to see other systems where retired but not tired school leaders are being used effectively to mentor and coach existing and current school leaders. And it's working so well for us. Okay. Now, so again, it was a challenge because they were non-existent, and now it's become
an opportunity,
a glorious opportunity that we are harnessing to our advantage. The second one, in terms of challenge, is inadequate educational planning skills and competencies for school leaders. We expect school leaders to be able to demonstrate effective planning at the school level. We expect them to know their own data at the school level and utilize their own data at the school level to enhance learning outcomes. It wasn't happening. It wasn't happening because even though the data is available, enrollment data is right there at the school level. Teacher absenteeism data is right there at the school level. Data on furniture in the classrooms are right there at the school level. But they were not even realizing that this data is right there by their doorstep, and because of that, they were not using the data. Now, through our intentional educational planning training for both teachers and especially for school leaders, they are now beginning to utilize their own data.
Wonderful.
And when you go to the schools and the teachers talk about, the school leaders talk about their own data and how they are using their own data to enhance and improve systems in their school, it is very exciting.
Okay.
So even though they appeared as challenges, we've been able to transform these challenges into great opportunities. And we are very excited as a country about these two key initiatives that we've been able to do. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, because we were in a forum somewhere where the expert was saying that there's data when you get into the office of the principal, the school principal. On the wall, you have all this data on enrollments, absenteeism, etc. But then the principal says, yes, all this data is for the ministry. They don't see that they are actually also consumers of the same data that they are producing. So it is for the ministry. The ministry says collect the data, so we have collected it, we have it on the wall. It's for the ministry. So it's good that you have an intervention where actually the school leaders are able to use that data to make their own informed decisions. Mr. Lumbasi, now to you. Same question.
Thank you so much. As I get back to the same question, I would like you to remember that within these particular roles that had already been provided for, they're embedded within the legislative frameworks. That's the basic education framework, which provides for establishment of the boards of management and provides for the heads of institution and clearly defining their roles and what they're expected to play also is provided for within the TSC Act, and the Kenya Education Management Institute also has been established to provide institutionalized training. And with regard to that, for effectiveness, then all these particular bodies established, boards of management, the PTA, supporting the heads, the head teacher, will ensure that there is efficiency in delivery. What we find on our side is a big challenge is with regard to the dual role, whereby one, you are an instructional leader, you are providing administration, but at the same time, you are supposed to teach. So you realize that where we have got inadequate staffing, then the teacher has got a challenge with executing the three roles, and more so with the dual reporting structure, either to the Teacher Service Commission, which is an independent commission, and also to within the ministry on accounting for the resources assigned to you. And that one is being worked out by coming up with a framework that will ensure that the efficiency delivery of services being streamlined and delivered by one government. The other issue is on technology. I like the support from VVOB with the establishment of the LMS. We know that the continuous capacity building of these head teachers especially is very key. And we realize that we don't have adequate resources at our disposal. So through the learning management system that the VVOB has provided, and we assure that this will allow teachers to learn at their own pace, and also they will be able to reflect through the communities of practice that have been established, which is a plus on our side, and that one I think will help us in addressing the inadequate resources that we require for continuous capacity building of the teacher. And you know also the element of globalization, the issues of technology, how do you manage? And actually the need to continuously retool the teachers on the multiple roles because of multiculturalism, multireligiosity, and many other issues that are coming up because of globalization and coming up of migration of as a result of conflicts in the region. As these students from different backgrounds come to the schools, it becomes a challenge in managing, and there's the need for us to continuously support. The other issue is that the parents are really moving away from their role. So I think, as already alluded by other members, the ministry has also established and put in place a parental engagement and empowerment plan so that we can see what role can we particularly play. And finally, on issues of inadequate financing, you remember as a country, we don't have clear financing models for education system. And when you are given flat rates, flat capitation, the schools that are far away in the rural, that are unenrolled, face the challenges in meeting with their administrative obligations, in ensuring that there is effective delivery of the curriculum. So the ministry also will anticipates that through the review of the financing models, we'll be able to resource these particular institutions to be able to function administratively and also ensure to provide for the learning to take place based on the learner. Thank you so much. And as a country, I think for us to promote utilization of evidence, the teachers are also harnessing the evidence, but through the Kenya Education Management Information System, the teachers will be able to generate school-specific reports and be able to utilize those particular evidence at institutional level. We have experimented this with the World Bank project, where we have seen the head teachers prepare what we call the school improvement plans. Okay. And this has really increased the uptake of evidence in ensuring that learning is taking place. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I hope that the development or review of the previous NEMIS now into CHEMIS, when it's concluded, this will now bring even greater success. You've talked about EdTech. I think the panel has also talked about parental engagement, and there are also issues of capacity. So these are challenges that we take forward, but what is important in the responses is that they are not leaving them as challenges, but they're also sharing with us what they are trying to do to address some of those challenges. So maybe next time we meet in a panel, I'll be asking you, so how did you manage and, to address those challenges comprehensively and conclusively? Now, I think we have about 15 minutes, Chantal, or 10 minutes, to engage with the audience. You've heard from the panelists, you've listened, and I'm sure you are writing some notes or questions or clarifications that you'd like to have. This is your chance to pose questions or those comments or clarifications to the panelists. So, any takers? Okay, so you'll be the first to go. Please mark your numbers. So number 1, number 2, number 3, happy to see gender, number 4, and number 5. We'll take that first round, and then when there's time, we can come back for more. Number 1, do we have the microphones, roving mics? Yes.
All right, thank you.
Introduce yourself, your organization, and then pose the question.
All right, thank you very much. I'm James Ogwang. I work with VVOB Uganda as an education advisor. And my question will go to the delegate from Kenya. I've heard that I think Kenya introduced the competence-based curricula for secondary, and I believe it's the same experience we are having in Uganda. We have the lower secondary curricula, which is competence-based, and our experience is leadership in the provision of the competence-based curricula is needed a lot more because there is a demand for more resources and materials. My question is, in the development of the leadership in teaching by KEMI, are you taking this into consideration to ensure that the leaders can mobilize the resources to support the competence-based curricula? Because I think it's quite a paradigm shift from the previous curricula that we implement, and that requires more leadership driven competencies to ensure that that's delivered by the teachers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The second one? Yes. Mike, please.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Wambeni from Adem Bagamoyo, and my question is posed to representative from Ghana, and specifically on the part of using retired head teachers in mentoring young head teachers in your country. Understanding that mentoring process is a very long process, I wish to know more. How do you really engage these retired head teachers to provide these mentorship practices to head teachers, since I understand there could not be as many And again, how do you really involve? It's expensive. How do you really involve this retired person to mentor young teachers? That's one. And the second thing,
which is the last? Yes.
The last. Only on the second thing goes to the same in Ghana is how your institute, how these NEL initiatives is real working together with the Institute of Planning, and how is it assisting school heads in performing well? Yeah.
Thank you very much. The third question, microphone, please.
Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Teresa Omundi. I'm from the Forum of African Women Educationalists, the regional secretariat in Nairobi. Mine is not a question, but just something to make us think through from the various contributions that I've had. We are really struggling to get more women leaders. And it disturbs a bit. When a woman is transferred, are we breaking families? When men are transferred, it's part of promotion and empowerment. I think we need to change that, right? And we don't even need to ask that question amongst ourselves, because transfer is transfer. You're a head teacher moving to a national school in a different district. You have gone for work. You've been promoted. Nothing to do with building or breaking families, because nobody asks when the men are being transferred. It's a fact, right? And I think that's where we will start ourselves, by just encouraging them, because if the women feel that, at that point, then even when they get very good opportunities, they'll not leave their towns to go get the promotion. So I'm thinking we can start that ourselves and then grow from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great observation. The fourth, I think right at the back. Oh, the fourth was you. Okay, you are number 5, I think. Yes. Could we have the microphone? Yes.
Thank you very much. So my name is Kwabna Gao from Ghana. I work for Right to Play. So my question goes to the Kenyan. I'm happy you mentioned about technology, which is good. I just want to find out from you, and what is the penetration rates when it comes to ICT use in Kenya? And how are the school leaders supporting teachers to leverage on technology to support teaching and learning in their schools?
Thank you very much. So the last one, the last question. Okay, I see one more hand. It will really be the last after the number 5, because time is not on our side. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Panelists, prepare yourselves. You'll have maybe 1 minute each to answer those questions.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. I'm Emmanuel Dusingizimana, Executive Secretary of the Head of Schools Organization in Rwanda. Also, my first question to be directed to one of the panelists. Would you please, as the Head of Schools Organization, this platform, we are happy to be on grassroots level of this hierarchical of education in education sector. And would you please give us a comment what can be done on grassroots educational leadership, because it's very key, and we have been dealing on some challenges on a grassroots level. And the second, it's sometimes we undermine the effect of social and emotional aspect in the learning, the teaching and the school leadership. And sometimes we are facing, when we see strategies and we forget, sometimes we are busy with logistics, planning, and so forth, but we forget the psychological strategies, because I used to say sometimes, you can force a cow to to the well, but you cannot force it to drink. So what should be done, you know, strategically, so that we can enjoy learning and teaching and so forth? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Two pertinent questions. The very last, and then I come back to the panel. Really, this is the very last, but these panelists are around for the next 2 or 3 days, so feel free to engage with them outside the panel. Yes, please go ahead, sir.
My name is Steve Kamanzi.
Oh yes, there's Sam Mauku. Okay, I'm sorry, Sam. I'm breaking my own protocol. So you have 30 seconds to ask your question, then we go to Sam.
Okay, good. Yeah. So my question, I think I will link to what has been said by the executive director of ADEA. He pointed to something that is very critical, climate change. I haven't heard from the panelists how leadership is also addressing climate change.
Okay.
That's the first question.
Only one.
Only one. Okay,
Yes.
I'll keep there. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give the mic to Sam so that he can wrap up. There are so many questions. I hope we'll do justice.
Thank you very much. My name is Sam Awuku, representing Learning Generation Initiative. My question goes to all the panelists. So it goes this way. Who qualifies to be a school leader, a head of a school, or principal in your various countries? And how do you see the Africa Center for School Leadership supporting that process of individuals becoming school leaders in your countries?
Thank you. Thank you very much. These are really key questions. Who wants to start? Let me start with Lumbasi. Then I'll come this way. Just be brief, concise, because we only have
Thank you so
4 minutes.
much. I think, Chair, we had a question from James on the issues of the CBC implementation in Kenya. CBC actually is the way to go, because globally, if you are to enhance our mobility for our children and for labor, even for all of us, then we need to have competencies and skills that will enable us to be recognized globally and be able to move from one country to the other, and be able also to get the opportunities to work for any multinational company. So one of the key things that he's talked about is in Kenya, we are implementing the CBC right from PP1, and we anticipate, right now we are at grade 8, and soon we'll be going to senior school. And the challenge has been the issue of the resourcing. And the issue for us to demystify this is the promotion of use of the locally available materials. And at the same time, when it gets to the junior school, the government enhanced capitation for the junior school, not like for the primary school. And this is all in all to provide for the requisite resources that are required to facilitate teaching and learning. And right now, our government has embarked on a very comprehensive investment program in terms of establishment of integrated science rooms to promote the teaching and learning.
Okay.
So another question that we had on our side was the issue of
As you think about that.
ICT in schools.
Yeah.
As a country, our president has prioritized the element of ensuring that all of us are migrating towards digital citizenship. And for this to be implemented within the schools, one, we had what we call the last mile connectivity to schools, ensuring that schools are connected to the grid. And the government also has embarked on ensuring that there is connectivity to the national optical fiber through a comprehensive program. And also, we started by providing the digital gadgets to schools. And the government continues to establish what we call ICT labs or rooms within the schools. And there is the retooling of the teachers, and the same has been integrated within the curriculum, so that as the teaching is taking place at each and every level, the teachers are able to embrace the use of technology, as well as reporting to higher levels. Thank you.
To Sam's question, very briefly, what makes a school leader and what do you see as the center's role? For you? No, I was for Lumbasi.
What makes a school...
But very short, yes.
Okay. What makes a school leader is well defined within the career guidelines set up by the Teacher Service Commission, and based on that, teachers are they apply, and then they are selected, and once they qualify, they definitely been graded to a higher level as compared to the other teachers, and this is a motivation because they acquire some allowances that are higher compared to what teachers are. So the basic is depending on the level of education, then you have to comply with the set standards as determined by the employer.
Okay, thank you. Michael?
Yeah, thank you very much. So the first question for Ghana was on the retired school leaders acting as mentors. So what we did was that the Ghana Education Service helped us to identify retired school leaders who were exemplary during their active years in service. So we identify them throughout the country. We know that coaching and mentorship is a skill, and one has to acquire that skill. So we spent about 2 weeks with them. Sam was part of that training. We trained them in coaching and mentoring, and then we paired them with IEPA faculty. So each retired coach was paired to an IEPA faculty to continue the coaching training. After some time, then we tied them to the schools.
Thank you.
And then they started working.
Okay.
So it hasn't been a problem yet, and we believe that as we move forward and go along, it will even be better. There was also a question about IEPA's relationship with Nelly.
Yes.
How we are collaborating with Nelly to improve school leadership. So IEPA existed before Nelly. IEPA was established by the Ministry of Education. The Ministry of Education realized that there's a need to enhance the practical training of potential school leaders before they go to the schools. IEPA runs academic programs. We also run certified professional programs. So the focus of Nelly is to complement IEPA's work. And because it's complementary, we work together very well. In fact, IEPA is the lead institute of the Nelly initiative. So there is no conflict at all. It's working very well.
Thank you.
And then maybe Sam's question. So in Ghana, a school leader is a certified and licensed teacher who has gone through all the ranks. So the school leader should have been a principal superintendent and moved on to assistant director 2, to assistant director 1, and deputy director. Once you become a deputy director, you would be in the pool for school leadership. So as and when there is vacancy, the Ghana Education Service will draw from that pool to get you to go and head a school. So a school leader, Sam, is the one who has gone through these processes and licensed and certified as a school leader to go for deployment. There was a question on grassroots education and leadership. Just a comment about that.
Yes.
I think you need to know your school environment. You need to know your economic environment. You need to know your physical environment. You need to know your socio-cultural environment. You need to know your financial environment and your technological environment. Once you have a fair idea of your own environment, I believe you will be able to figure out how to pull from all these resources to enhance and support the nature of your work.
Thank you very much. So is structures alone, do structures alone make school leaders? Is there something outside the structures? We need to think about that. Yes, to Rwanda now. What question would you like to answer? There's a question about climate change and school leadership.
Good.
There's also the issue of undermining social and emotional aspects, especially in school leadership.
Let me try to answer the two.
Yes, please.
One is that this of climate change issues, I'll be brief about it and give Rwandans a model. I don't know, but it is the one I know better. So regarding climate change, it's something we are dealing with, starting with the curriculum. We have it. We have the aspect of environmental consideration within our curriculum. It is well embedded in almost every subject. So what is just required to do is to always remind teachers, every time you teach, please make sure you bring on this aspect of environment consideration.
Okay.
But additionally, we have had also what we call ESD, Educational for Sustainable Development. We are working with UNESCO, and we are working with the region, and we are already on the processes, and we have started, we are on the way, we are training. We have made a mapping consideration for the partners and stakeholders, and we're on the implementation of the planning to have these people well educated, made aware of how we want to inculcate and how we want to implement, how we want to sandwich the education for sustainable development within the school systems. And of course, this will have to go through, first of all, school leaders and teachers.
Okay. I would like you to leave the last question maybe, because he has to answer some question. So maybe let's leave the one on social and emotional aspects to my brother here.
All right.
Thank you. Yes. Very quickly. I want you to think on your feet.
Thank you very much for giving me a chance, and thank you for all those who raised those issues. Should I go through the questions?
No, let me. If you can't manage, because time, you can see the moderator is already there.
I've got them.
You've got, yeah, but can you make them in 1 minute?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
I can. Yeah, thank you very much.
Including the question on the school leader.
First is the issue raised by Emmanuel Singizimana. Of course, I'm not the native, so I cannot pronounce well. What should be done at the grassroots level in education and leadership? For Tanzania, we have established the so-called community of learning. And this community of learning are involving head teachers of the particular area. So they have a schedule for every week to meet at least once and they share leadership issues.
Okay.
So it is easy for grassroots level to participate in this kind of training. There's another one, how schools support, how heads of schools support teachers to use ICT in teaching and learning.
Yes.
Yeah, for Tanzania, all teachers employed before 2022 are provided with the iPads. So the role of head teachers is just to supervise them and encourage them to use those iPads as the ICT tool for in teaching and learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to a close for this panel. A round of applause to my panelists, very able panelists. Thank you so much for sharing your experience, very valuable experience. We believe we've captured the essentials of your country level experiences, very valuable. For me, let me just now give the chair back to the moderator, who is looking at me with very sharp eyes. So I don't want to mess him up. So thank you so much. We can go back.
Okay. Yeah. So once again, as they go back to their seat, just they need a round of applause for the experience from different countries that we received and that they have shared. Personally, I have appreciated. And maybe three important things. That as we think about the school leadership, there are two schools of thought. Whether school leaders are born, because everyone can be a leader based on their inherent or inborn potentials, or they are made. I think as we are here, we have to reflect how we can blend those schools of thought, because for someone to be a leader, they have to be willing and having the potential, and then how we support them to improve on their potentials and their practices. I think it's something very important. Second is that we agree that there are gaps that need to be bridged. That's why in every country, as far as I have understood, there is a structure supporting continuous professional development. And in some countries also, they develop intentionally future leaders, where there are courses that teachers who want to upgrade their career to leadership, they can be prepared and later on take on responsibility. The third message is leading in the current digital era, where everywhere we need computer-based technologies, and the schools should not be left behind, since they are, preparing also learners to thrive in the future, which is technology driven. So I think leaders also need to be aware and to have skills to lead a school in this digital era. So these are just the 3 points that I have captured. There is one question that was asked, how the African school leadership is going to support the initiatives to improve school performance. And I can refer you all or himself to this leaflet that was shared about the 4 area of focus that African school leadership will focus on policy, to look at what are existing policy and new policies to really support school leadership. And second, once there are those policies, I imagine also they inform the needed capacity building for schools, for school leaders. And of course, continuous improvement is highly recommended, but informed by data, by research. It is very, very important. And also school leaders being trained on how to take decision based on data that they collect in their schools. And of course, advocacy should continue to mobilize resources and everyone toward school improvement. So this session has taken longer, but it was worth making because we need to have this experience. The next session is also innovative in the way it is going to be conducted. And I see the moderator, the coordinator of the session, Dr. Ferrer, is ready, waiting for me to introduce himself. Please welcome him.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think I don't need this one. I'm tall already. So someone whispered to me that there are some people who are sitting next to each other and they have not greeted one another. So what we're going to do now, just tell the person next to you how you are feeling. Yeah? How are you feeling now? So, so Gao Kwabina taught me a song, but I'm not going to sing it today. So I encourage everybody to join us for the sessions tomorrow. I'll sing a song. But Kwabina, I'm feeling better. All right, so I'm just putting in my head as the coordinator just to show us some of the things that are very crucial. Maybe you're looking at your folder, and in that folder, there are some things that you always need to look at. There's the snapshot that the moderator has looked at, just for us to understand what the center is all about. So please, we encourage you in the evening to look at that. And also we realize that taking time to explain every detail of what we have done will be very hard, given the time that we have. So we put in this for us with summaries inside of what we have done, and also the QR codes that will take you to the articles themselves on our website. Isn't that amazing? I see. Yes, you're allowed to clap hands for the colleagues who have done a wonderful work there. Then someone else whispered to me that you are just saying Rwanda, Ghana, and Kenya, and other countries. Which are the other countries that are represented here? Right? So just quickly to highlight that there are 10 countries that are represented today in this building. In addition to Rwanda, Kenya, and Ghana, we have representation from Liberia. Thank you. We also have representations from Uganda. We have heard that. We also have, thank you. We also have representation from Zambia. We also have representation from Botswana. You are representing Botswana and Zimbabwe. By the way, I'm originally from Zimbabwe, working and living in Rwanda. Very excited to be here. We have representation from Belgium. And we have representation from the United Kingdom. And finally, we have representation from Tanzania. Thank you very much. So I thought we should do this just for us to know if you have interest in any of those countries, please reach out. If you cannot remember who they are, the whole ACSL team will be very happy to connect us together. Also look at the attendance list that we shared. You'll see who is here and who is not here. Then I'll move on to the next stage. Thanks our moderator for highlighting the 4 focus areas of the African Center for School Leadership. The first one, we have heard about it. That's what the panel was looking at, and thank you so much. Mukoma. Did you hear me, Mukoma? Mukoma Shem. So Mukoma means big brother. So the next one, we're looking at practice. So that's the one that we are going into, and I will not tell you the other 2. Continuously look at how the next person will tell you what that is. So the practice, we are looking at school leadership professional development practice. And I wouldn't want to try to explain the practices that are taking place in the different countries. Some of them we have seen already, the descriptions and the video that we have already shown. But now we will go into a poster session, and that session is basically going to look at, let me just bring this one up, to look at 4 areas where we have seen some best practices, or if you want, good practices that we have seen, and it's showing on the screen there. So we have implementing national curriculum reforms through app-based learning for school leaders in secondary education, the INCREASE program. I will ask the Martins Kisilu Kemi he will go to group B, so you come and stand next to your, where's Martin? Thank you very much, you will join. You can even come and stand to you help me to organize things. Stand against your poster. That's, okay, good. Then we have Louisa. We can clap hands for them. She will go and take care. Where is your, right, implementing, it's outside. Yes. Etienne, please show Louisa where to go. Then, yes. Okay, is here already? No, it's outside. Please, so go to the door and show him where she should go. Right? Then, so thank you very much. We have the Ghana National Educational Leadership Institute initiative. We shall have the Prof. Murray. Find where, thank you very much. Find where it should be that side, that's the next slide, poster. Then Dr. Alfred Ampa, and yes, go to the next one. Again, Etienne will show you where you, right. Then we have another very exciting project that took place in Ghana, strengthening play-based early childhood education through leadership communities of practice. Mandela from AfriKids, where are you, Mandela? Yes, please just go there. You have your people coming there together with Lucy, right? Where is Lucy? Thank you, from Seba Education. Then we will have Hilda and yes, Hilda and Kwabina. Yes, Etienne will show you where to go. Right, colleagues, then we have the last one, which is talking about the Diploma in Effective School Leadership in Rwanda. We shall have Laurent Peck, my colleague there. There is your, right. And then finally, we will have Philote, Dr. Philote, there at the back. Yes, Philo there, then Philote there. Right, so this is how we're going to do it. It's quite a little complicated, but we'll try to make it work. So we have two groups that will split into subgroups of 4, right? So the two groups, the way we're going to split ourselves, I'll just take this group, 1, 2, 3, 4. That group where Ruth is sitting. Then the rest will become group B. So to see where you will be going, I was going to do 1 to 4, but I'm going to change that. So you'll become group 1, you'll become group 2, you'll become group 3, then this group and that other, you become group 4. Right. So for order, you are group A. So I'll ask group 1 to go to Diploma in Effective School Leadership. Then I'll also ask group 2 to go to next where Prof. Mari is. Mari, wave your hand. That's group 2. Please just move now, if you can. They will tell you what's happening when you get to the group. All we can say, you will have 10 minutes maximum to have a quick presentation, and you can ask questions. When you are done in 10 minutes, we'll tell you to go to the next group. So group 2, yeah, there we are. Then group 3, Sam and your team, you go in group 3. All right. Where are we? Then group 4. They are going outside. Jocelyn, thank you for helping me. Show them where they are going. Right. Then we start with group 1. Yes, you can come here. They will explain what's happening. Okay, just we'll come there. Just let them take any group that is in line. Right, then group 2, where there is a, no, you can go where Philote is. Group 2, Jeff, and your group.
online sources, then they can do what they have. They can use the platforms in the next to carry on with learning. So as part of our program, we are doing a pilot course program, ideally to look at innovations, the cost-effective use of the program in terms of quite a number of approaches. One, during the program, we actually do trajectories. One, where we have 3 in-person support sessions and 3 synchronous sessions. We have another cohort where we are taking through 2 online sessions and then of course 1 face-to-face, which is completed in September. And then we are looking forward to another cohort for 3 in the pilot where we would like to have 1 face-to-face session in person and then 2 synchronous sessions. Ideally to check which of these approaches is most effective. After that, we will be able as an institute now see the best approach, blended approach that we can use to reach as many for the scaling course. So ideally, for us to be able to deliver this program, we need to do a team that informs the areas with us. And these are the areas that we have identified in the 3 needs assessment. The systematic areas we also have the competency-based education institution. Now that CBC or CBE was a new development in the Kenyan sector, education sector, and of course now really was a gap because we were trying to make something like a paradigm shift from the existing curriculum to the new curriculum dispensation. So for these 2 years, the release is something new and it came out with us. Then we have institutional governance, and then to touch on issues of governance to for the school level. Learners are starting to get engagement about for learning, both for the staff. We have the learner support programs, which is now launching the regional empowerment, pastoral programs. Then we have a very clearly effective resource planning. Ideally, when Vasi was sharing, back in Kenya, we actually responsibilities assigned to the school leaders, where we have to take care of resources. The resources are provided by the Ministry of Education. Financial resources are ideally provided by the church. And when we try to control you realize that the school leader is ideally trained to go at the expense of the instructional process. But now, we also like now to take up the school leader as an institutional. And therefore, at this level, of course, now, they will be required to manage resources and finances, yet they do not have the teaching side skills. So here, we tailor-made those particular sessions to build the capacity of these school leaders on some very particular competencies, financial and management skills above. So those are the key thematic areas that we are doing for TFL. Just to mention that ideally for learning so far is that we realize that blended learning provides flexibility in terms of allowing the students to participate in professional development activities without the constraints of the fixed shifts. You realize that through the hub, the school leaders can be able to engage now in these activities outside their normal work hours, because when they are free time at home, at the office, this avails them the opportunity actually to engage in activities that the hub is a simple hub. It's a simple hub. And because we have embedded the hub with some quite exciting learning resources, the videos, the podcasts, interactive simulation, online discussion forums, where the students can engage one another. It has also what is called offline capabilities, because we understand that not all areas are covered by internet. So ideally, the hub has some inbuilt offline capabilities. You can now download one support when you are in an area where you can now continue learning. Then of course, customized to everybody. It's good. I get it. assignments, the assessment, yet it has been 100%. They're quite motivated, and especially because of the fact that it's quite an exciting opportunity for us in the country, because they have through the hub and then to reach actually for the all students. One advantage we have is the offline capability, where the students are able to download content when they are on or when they need an area of network, then they can go through now the course offline, and then they really know how to upload assessment or our questions, assessment areas while on. approaches. For their synchronous learning approaches, then just things that online sources, learning through online paths. You get the learning activities whereby it goes now and for the synchronous session, which are physical sessions, counties, these are sessions that actually
have that in the app form, it's even much easier. It's available online. So any teacher who wants to advance his knowledge, the information is there. Because as a teacher, you can prepare a lesson. Why is it difficult for you also to do your own? So who are selecting this? For this program? Yes. Virtual education is stakeholders who are education and economics. I really to there is a criteria for selection. Basically to ensure that there is gender representation you know, this is left to the local level. Maybe they look at one of the things is schools that have challenged a very big number. If you are a head teacher of, let's say, 1,000, 2,000 qualified, because you require more support. Then the one who has only maybe 50 students, there's no competition. You know, the intention is to reach all the head teachers. Yeah, the intention is to reach all of them. It has to be universal. That's why the app is there. Those who are not even trained can access the app. Even you can download some from your phone.
All right. Please, let's come back to our tables. Let's bring those outside. We can now regroup. Hello. Mandela, can you release your people? We need to go for lunch. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Let's come, please. Just imagine you're a school leader, you are calling your colleagues. All right. I really apologize that we have to stop this. Let's come, please, colleagues. All right. The moderator, all right, if you hear me, clap once. Okay. If you can hear me, clap. The way you want. Thank you very much, colleagues. Yes. Yeah. So in this room we have people who are tech savvy, others are political in orientation. So we want to do a bit of some claps for ourselves, depending on where you are. So I'll start with those that are digital. A digital clap for ourselves. Awesome. Let's see the political people. How do you clap? All right, so we are back. Thank you very much. It was just a way to bring our attention. Thank you. I think we all had the opportunity to see some of the work happening in Ghana, Kenya, and Rwanda. And this is now the idea of doing these poster sessions is just to give you a brain teaser to see what's happening in other countries and what we can learn from there. So the moderator gave me 5 minutes to just get reflections from all of us, see how you felt about this. But just a question from whoever wants to do a reflection. What really struck you in terms of any of these posters? And what will you take back to your country? Right? Clear question? What struck you from this? Will you take anything from here and implement in your country? Yes, I see Abdish. Colleagues, please, with microphones.
Well, I'm a teacher, so there's no microphone. I can be as loud as I can.
Yeah, but I'm sure there are people who are recording, they might need, yeah.
So, can you hear me? Yeah, excellent. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I'm delighted to see so many good practices happening. And I think that's why, you know, a center like this should exist, because had it not been CSL, none of these best practices would have ever been actually spotted. And I think particularly I'm struck by a number of key areas. One is the kind of enthusiasm that exists in each country. Ghana, particularly the NELI program, has really quite substantial and potential opportunity for school leaders and elsewhere, and I think that's something we need to really take on. One particular that Alfred, I wanted to challenge him, but he already said that's the area we need to look at. That's instructional leadership, changing to either pedagogical leadership or kind of transformational any element, and I think I really concur that proposal and ideas. Very interesting around the corner there. I think the gentleman mentioned, I can't remember his name, something that I really noted, and I really want to take that on my colleagues in Nottingham Trent University, is if you really want to look at the success of individual, the size of the building, if it's taller, then that means the deep foundation should be also more stronger. And I think that's a reflection on the foundation learning and how important it is to have a successful and achievement in the future. Custodial, again, Nelly, and also Alfred mentioned about some head teachers might have that perception of having the school as a custodial rather than an institution that they have to lead the leadership. And I think that's what I want to reflect on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Abdish. I see Sam.
Working now? Yes. Great, right. So thank you very much. Just to follow up with what my brother just said. I think for me, all the 4 poster presentations actually trigger something in my brain. Mm-hmm. The whole idea of co-creation, right? Very, very critical. The journey we are embarking on, we cannot do it as individuals, but it's coming together. I saw a synergy between what VVOB is doing in Rwanda, Diploma in Effective School Leadership Program, and that of Nelly. And I start asking myself, how can this platform, the African Center for School Leadership, actually enable the two to actually talk to each other more, and as they intend to get their governments to make this a requirement to become a school leadership. Teachers are trained, they are licensed, and they become teachers. what makes us believe that anyone can stand up and say, I'm a school leader? I think that time is far gone. And as a continent, we need to pick that and run with it, not walking, but run, speed, so that we can create that enabling environment for teachers to do their work, for learners to learn, for transformation to happen on our continent. Number two, I've also seen the use of technology to support leadership capacity development. And I think we just have to be very more intentional about it. Engage with our governments to put the resources for it, not depending always on external funding, because if something like that needs to be done, then resources must be internally generated to ensure sustainability. And that's very, very important. Now, as part of the third one I will say, and I will stop it here, is as part of this collaboration, the involvement of communities also came through, right? Who are the clients in the school environment? They are the students. They are the most important clients. And who sent them there is their parents. If we want to provide a game-changing education to these learners, we cannot forget about the parents. And by extension, is the people, the students who have gone through the system already, the old students or the alumni association. How do we bring them in to support technical input from some of them, because they can do that, and the financial resource contribution as well. So harnessing all of this, we can actually create an African Center for School Leadership that is bespoken, that is game-changing, that is providing African solution to our African educational problems. I think that's what we actually aim for. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Yes, please, you can speak, clap with confidence. It's all right. Okay, so I'll have Avril and then Wycliffe and Adair, Executive Secretary Albert.
Thank you, Faye, and thank you for the poster presentation. I mean, it's been very insightful, and to see that all these pilot programs or projects are going on in Africa. And I think that the key role for African Center for School Leadership is to pick up all learnings and then develop a skill plan, because one of the key things we do is that when you're piloting or when you're working in a district or a canton or whatever we call it, you can see the results, but scaling is a totally different thing. So we need to be able to develop scalable plans. How are we going to scale? What are the conditions that need to be precedent for us to scale? So I see that as one of the roles that the center can do to support the countries which are doing this. One thing that came up is also the question of sustainability, probably to scale, especially the ones that are being done by civil society organizations. How are we involving government? I know possibly it's at the policy level, but government is the big scaling institution. Government will be there, societies will come and go. And so how are we involving government so that these pilot projects that are showing good promise are taken on board by government? How will they be funded and how will they be scaled? So I think it's all in the same conversations that these are great pilots, but it's the next stages which I think you could play a role in your policy work and all that, and bring this all together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Avril. Yes, Wycliffe? Yes.
Thank you so much. Take homes. What is the making of a school leader? Something that I just thinking about as I went around and I learned something about the key standards that have been identified from the diploma program that is being offered in Rwanda. And these key standards are based on key competences
the key competences that a school leader should have in running or managing or leading the school. And I'm asking myself one or two issues. The licensing of leaders in the schools that is being practiced or being proposed to be practiced based on these modules that they have been trained in. Are we trying, maybe just help me, are we trying to professionalize school leadership and look at it from the point that it is a profession, not for everybody, but for those that have gone through this? And what will be the professional challenges, especially in defining a profession, so that it attracts a license to practice? Are we trying to put it together with the doctors? Are we trying to put it together with engineers or architects who have gone through a training, and then you now qualify to be licensed to operate?
Practice.
Now, suppose you don't have that license, what will happen? For example, I would just want to be helped, because that is something that we might also, is a take home for us, is school leadership becoming a profession. And can we therefore say that we can develop, we can train people from pre, so that they can be able to practice? I think those are some of the things that I'm just reflecting on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wycliffe. Yes, I see clapping hands. It's all right. I think that's a question that we can put to Laurent and Philote. If you are ready, just prepare. But I'll close this session. In fact, not me. We'll allow Albert just to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for allowing me. I can speak. Yeah. Mine is really a reflection, building from what our colleague Wycliffe was talking about, was alluding to. As I was actually moving around and could see great things happening, piloting and so on and so forth, I tried to create a bit of differentiation of what we call school leadership and school leaders. Because the profession here is a school leader. So the VVOB, University of Rwanda program in Rwanda, the diploma, the professional development, they are trying to develop a professional development program that will actually provide skills to those that are looking to become schools leaders. The same what I saw from Ghana as well. That's what I call the conventional, approach. And this is where you start by identifying the training needs, assessing, and then come up with modules. We can go now in the issue of licensing, which means you need to regulate. And this is what Wycliffe was trying to alluding to. The other aspect that I found very interesting is really the school leadership, which in my view is more about practices, the practice. And that goes beyond the position itself. If I'm a teacher, if I'm a parent with a passion for education and supporting schools, if I'm an administrator at the school level, I need to be educated, to be sensitized, to feel the need to make the school a better place to learn, to create, to innovate. And all these constitute what I would actually school leadership. So I'm trying really to see how we navigate among the two. They connect, but the requirements are probably different. So let me stop here. Yes. So I don't want to complicate things, but I thought I really need, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh. But yeah, I'm looking at the moderator, but allow me to bring on. Hey. So Lubasi, you forgive me. Let's have Dr. Abdi, then Kamanzi, Steve. We can just close with that. Oh, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think it was also a good experience to see what other countries are putting in place. But the point I wanted to put across is one. First of all these models that we have in different countries, it is critical that before coming up with a model in supporting our school heads, or rather the school leadership, I think it is critical that we really give a lot of thought into the needs, as the training needs of the schools. What is it that means involving the school leaders themselves, the heads of the institutions and all that, so that if we have to design a model that supports school leadership, I think the first attempt is to interact with them, to move with them and get information and all that. Then secondly, our schools, especially in the countries that the ASCSL has been present, we have bodies within these countries, the associations of the head teachers and the principals, that already exist, and they give themselves peer support. You will realize that when somebody is appointed as a high school principal or a primary school head teacher, the first support in terms of training is within, maybe from the neighboring head teacher, the support that they get. In Kenya, for example, we have these teachers, they have organized themselves from the lowest educational unit, the school zone. A school zone in Kenya is made up of 20 primary schools, for example. And at least they have, quarterly meetings at that level, where in terms of, practice, they share ideas, they share challenges, and each one of them, for example, comes up with ideas of how to resolve challenges at that level, be it curriculum delivery, be it, issues to do with school improvement, and that kind of thing. And we also have, it culminates into annual conferences. For the secondary school heads, we have an annual conference every June. For the primary school heads, every, December, they congregate, and they have those annual conferences. So the SCL moving forward, and there were questions here, for example, what is the place of SCL? How do we, a forum like this, for example, I expected representatives of those organizations, those heads association, and I'm here in at least our host country, Rwanda, there's presence of the executive secretaries here, and these people are really supporting the sector in terms of, mentoring each other, hand-holding each other in terms of, coming up with best practices in running education institutions. Because at the end of it, the gateway to performance improvement, to learning outcome, is the leader, the school leader. And if the leader is empowered, when we talk of school leadership, of course, it's not just the principal. And sometimes we could argue, is a principal or a head teacher always a leader? Those are things that we need maybe to unpack and look at it. Because sometimes somebody can be a principal, somebody could be a head teacher, but does he qualify also to be a leader, in an institution? Or is the leadership, lying somewhere within that institution, and so on? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Should I proceed and just get one? Or? All right. So let's finish with Steve. Please, with the microphone, help us to get it. Or
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. Mine is to, well, first of all, to congratulate definitely all the models. Very creative, very innovative. One of the aspects that caught my attention when I moved around was cost effectiveness. And I want to highlight this because this is one of the criteria for scalability and sustainability. And one of the models that really impressed me most is the Kenya model, whereby the delivery model of the leadership training in close collaboration with the government agencies has been, it's a blended hybrid, I think, across all the models, definitely. But I think the delivery model with that particular one is just that it does not require teachers or the learners basically to have internet. And this is a model that could actually be scaled in remote areas where there's no penetration of internet, and especially in conflict or areas that are affected by crisis, for instance. I think that's one of the aspects as well. And the integration of ICT. So most of the time we look at digital education as a standalone thing, rather than looking at it as an integrated, something that should actually cut across, because you're teaching people about financial, digital education, but you're also integrating digital education as they learn. So we tend not to look at that, how we're empowering basically the leaders to acquire more skills, more knowledge about digital literacy by integrating actually digital literacy or education into the learning. So I think that's one of the aspects that I saw across, and that particular aspect of cost effectiveness that needs to be emphasized. And I would say that probably there is need also to look at how do we, as we implement, how do we actually do a research about cost effectiveness? And so it's an initiative, for instance, that has taken 5 million to be implemented. But when you bring it to the government, they want to understand the costs associated to the integrating actually that model. So it could be intimidating to the government that we don't have these resources. But yet, there is need to use that model, but they want also to have a sense of how much would it cost them. So the adaptation as well needs also to be along the way. What could be adapted to making sure that it could also be integrated in a cost-effective manner. So I just wanted to highlight cost effectiveness and then the integration of digital education across, so it doesn't look like it's a standalone. It's one module that I have to take, and then the rest, but it's actually integrated through the delivery approach. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much. I had requested Laurent or Philoteur to respond, but I think let's close now. So over to you, our moderator. Thank you, colleagues. I think there's so much to learn. We have taken notes. Over to you.
Okay, so I think it has been a productive session, a morning session which extended a little bit into the afternoon session. As a moderator, I was seeing the audience very interested. We are sorry maybe to cut the conversation, especially which was stimulated by the presentations that you received by touring what is happening in different countries, especially Rwanda, Kenya, and Ghana. And there are a lot of things to harmonize so that it can be scaled up to other countries. One of course, the outstanding observation is that CPD is needed, and how to conduct it at low cost, how to organize cost-effective continuous professional programs, and which pathway to prepare school leaders as well. Because in service, pre-service training is there to equip with the theory, but that theory needs to be applied in a given context. So it is very, very important, and I see also the need to professionalize school leaderships. Of course, the government of Rwanda has started through that program of diploma in school leaderships, and where the school leadership standards associated with the competencies are already approved. And the other countries also, they have their practices. So I think within the African Center for School Leadership, we need to harmonize those basic practices so that we come up with a unified model for school leadership on the continent. So thank you very much for helping this session to be productive and exciting. I thank again the guests of honor who stayed and accepted to learn from the experience of his own country and others. I thank also VVOB for the organization, and also the keynote speech by the VVOB program coordinator, and all others. Really, cheers to you, and you have helped me to successfully conduct this session, though it has taken longer than expected. So we are closing the morning sessions and immediately inviting you to the lunch, which will be served up there in the tent. The team will guide us. And on the program this afternoon, I won't be a moderator. I will just hand over to Dr. Mike from IPA for the coordination of the afternoon session, which probably will start around 2:20. So we have 45 minutes for the lunch, and then we immediately come back for the afternoon session. Thank you very much. And if Faye has other communique, so you can share.
What can we do for our prof? Okay, prof needs a... All right, we are done. Please, let's go for lunch. Etienne, you can direct people. Yes, you can either use this exit or that exit, but there will be people showing you where to go. Farida, where are you? Just stand. Maybe stand, please. For our international colleagues who have not seen that lady, I encourage you to see her. She wants to talk to you. So if an international colleague and you have not seen her, you can see her soon after lunch or after the session in the afternoon. Thank you very much. We can all go for lunch. See you at 2:20. Huh? Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, it's safe. Yes. Yeah, we are in Rwanda. So yeah, we are. Yes. I request that we move quickly and go for lunch so that by 20 past we are back. Thank you.
So Faye and I did a handing over ceremony during lunch. So he has officially handed the mic over to me, and I'm going to be your moderator for the afternoon. My name is Mike. I'm from IEPA, University of Cape Coast, Ghana. We had a very exciting morning. We learned a lot from various country-specific practices, and I believe that is going to be another exciting afternoon. On our schedule, we have a presentation a presentation from a professor on rethinking school leadership in Africa. I will mention his full name very soon. In the morning, leadership is cause everything else is effect, became very popular. These are not my words, and I want to make sure that is well established. So this was said by one Professor Stephen Adai in 2019 when he was delivering a lecture on school leadership. He didn't cite anybody. So we have assumed that he is the source. So I am not the source. So this was said by Professor Stephen Adai, former rector at the Ghana Institute for Management and Public Administration, GIMPA. So it is not from Mike. I quoted Professor Adai. I just wanted to make sure that is clarified. So we have Professor Nkobi Owen Pansiri. I hope I tried to get it right. Yes. He is an associate professor at the University of Botswana, and he will be leading the discussion on rethinking school leadership in Africa. So with a round of applause, shall we welcome Professor Nkobi.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. Thank you, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to present a piece of work that we are doing as a team. I have 3 other colleagues that I'm working with. The project is ongoing. We're actually almost at the middle of the project, so there's still a lot of work to be done. We are trying to explore the concept and practice of Ubuntu leadership. We are trying to get close to want to identify our own indigeneity in Africa and see if this concept of Ubuntu can be explored and make meaning to us, and also be translated into our school system and become of some kind of our social development philosophy in education. I will, in the interest of time, not go jumping some of the slides, but I think I will not miss to give you what I think is important. My outline is, as you can see, I will go through the background of our project, research question, conceptual framework. I will not drill much on the methodology, and then perhaps I want us to look at the preliminary findings. Like I said, it is an ongoing project, and of course, we'll make reflections and questions together. The context, when you talk of Africa, someone was standing here this morning and was saying, when you talk of Africa, what comes into your mind? Issues of conflict, issues of, issues of transformation, issues of that, because there are, there are a lot of things that comes to our mind when you just say Africa. But here, the issue of colonialism has affected us as a continent, and we'll never run away from thinking of ourselves, where we come from, who we are, how do people look at us. Now, in terms of Rwanda, and like any other country in Africa, there's this issue of thinking about, school leaders to achieve the country's education agenda. All of us, we have that kind of an agenda. But we also appreciate our indigeneity, who we are as Africans. So when you talk of improving our school systems, learning outcomes, the question of always who we are when you talk about ourselves in Africa will arise. It is necessary to create leadership systems with indigenous identity. I know when I talk about the indigenous identity, people ask, what are you talking about? I'm not too sure what I'm talking about, but there must be some kind of indigenous identity, something that really identifies ourselves as Africans. So it's a challenge that scholars are battling with. Now, Ubuntu leadership is an Africanized philosophy, leadership philosophy. Many quarters of Africa, there is a way in which we look at our value systems, at our culture, at our norms, the way we have been, been dealing with our own life situations, our societal situations. So Ubuntu, the emphasis there is indigenous identity. Capability to solve school leadership crisis, for instance, in Rwanda and the African continent. The colleague scholars there have been trying to think about that. Now, in the study that we are doing, we are trying to explore the concept and practice of Ubuntu school leadership in Rwanda, but of course, we'll see certain things coming beyond Rwanda and the project and the VVOB. Now, the importance and implication and the gap that we want to fill with this project, the African Center for School Leadership, we want to make sure the education policy makers and others, stakeholders, can promote school leadership in Rwanda and beyond. Also, we are looking at promoting leadership competencies through training and professional development, which Rwanda is doing very well, and I've seen some other countries are doing very well along that line of teacher professional development. That is what is running with the poster that I see around. Now, research gap, adopting effective school leadership using Ubuntu principles in the Rwanda education system. This is what we, if you can manage, that's what we want to do. Also employing Ubuntu school leadership to enhance school leadership professional development efforts, not just in Rwanda, but also in the countries in Africa, like we have seen other people talking about professional development around. Our research questions were these. What are the key dimensions and characteristics of Ubuntu school leadership, as perceived by stakeholders in Rwanda, and how do these align with or differ from existing understanding of Ubuntu leadership in other African contexts? Now, the main, the other questions that we are, sub-questions that we are asking, first one is, how do the current standards of effective school leadership reflect Ubuntu? We are looking at the Rwandan situation. 2, how can Ubuntu leadership be effectively adopted to achieve the standards for effective school leadership? And the last one, how can Ubuntu leadership competencies be integrated into school leadership professional development? So we're running with these questions. And Rwanda has already established some 5 effective leadership standards. And we're trying to reflect on those standards there, 5 of them. So what we are doing, we're trying to look at how those standards could be effectively implemented through or used through the use of Ubuntu as a philosophy, as a concept. Now, the research methods and design, I don't need to waste time on those ones. The limitation in our studies is centered or is in the Huye district, and the population is widespread from the district management or leaders, business leaders, through to the classroom kids and the parents. So that is our population. And we looked at the concept of Ubuntu as practiced perhaps in Africa, down from Southern Africa. It has been very pronounced in my view, especially after Mandela's release from prison, when he came up with the Truth and Reconciliation Project. That is when people started to talk loudly about the concept of Ubuntu in Africa. And there it was really meant, if you read it through, it was more to do with trying to make people understand one another and learn to live together, perhaps knowing what happened. Now we are talking of, in terms of leadership, we are trying to try to identify what literature is saying about Ubuntu. And it's coming out as a social relation philosophy now in Africa. Perhaps even then, even the prehistory, you see it coming as a social relation philosophy. It talks about the people, the human being, the human character. In the Southern Africa, for instance, there's this emphasis of you are a person, you are who you are because of who I am. That expression is very loud there, of Ubuntu ngabantu, umuntu ngabantu, umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu, meaning a person is a person through other people. And they emphasize on that, meaning that we are all important, and you must know that a person next to you is important to you as much as you are important to this person. And the concept of Ubuntu talks to the community cohesion, community collectiveness, community working together, community strength. So Ubuntu is this element of supporting, building the community, brings happiness and success, is attainable through community commitment, working together, self-sacrifice, altruistic living and communal living, which is really what African is all about. Not necessarily, I'm not saying Europe or any other part of the world is not, but this has been what we are as Africans, respecting one another. I always want to give an example of when I grew up in Botswana, for example. We didn't have anything called a stranger. We'd have a visitor. When a visitor visits a certain home dwelling, he becomes not only a visitor for that particular house or particular home, it becomes a village with the whole surrounding. And immediately the visitor arrives, everybody around is informed that there's a visitor. And people will come and see this visitor, will cook a chicken, will bring potatoes, sweet potatoes, will bring ground nuts to come and give to this visitor. And some will even invite the visitor to their own house. So a visitor was a person for everybody. There was this thing of a community living together. So these were values of who we were as Africans. And there was happiness around that. The basic values of love were very clear, and they need to be clear. And they are still clear, though, right now. The humaneness of who we are ourselves, the sharing, the caring, the compassion, the respect, all this embracing the positive values such as commitment, warmth, love, giving, and sympathy. So we grew up in that kind of environment, and we still wish we could go back with that. Not blaming anybody, but we must all agree that colonialism kind of disrupted that kind of a setup. That is, you will agree with me, perhaps we are more confused than ever before. We begin to see each other. What comes, if a person knocks at your door, what comes to your mind is a stranger. It's not a visitor. Because there's been so much disruption in our culture as Africa. And there's so much, the question of trust is no longer there. Whereas the original Ubuntu concept has had this element of trust and wanting to even develop it further. Now, the core principles of Rwanda, as we find them in Ubuntu, as we find them in Rwanda, you find as we were going around, for instance, the issue of interdependence, empathy. People are talking about it very loudly. They talk about communalism, they talk about compassion, they talk about fairness, equity, they talk about dignity, inclusivity, which is a language that we talk more in education. They talk about hospitality, which the example that I gave earlier on, reciprocity, harmony, responsiveness, everything that is good about being a person, is inherent into the concept of Ubuntu. And the leaders show their followers that they are human and deserve to be treated with humanness. This is what the scholar says, and I think we agree with that. And Ubuntu promotes collective rather than individualism. Yes, under the Ubuntu, under the we, because under the Ubuntu there's always the we. The we is the most important. It's not about the I, it's the we. The togetherness is very powerful principle under Ubuntu, because the we it reinforces social relations, encourages closer affinity between an organization and their stakeholders. The argument is advanced by a scholar there. In school leadership, it improves school leadership by promoting human dignity. As we know, and this is what we expect of our school heads. And I remember some quarters I always say, the person who's school head has it all, Some of us in research, in politics, and whatever, we do talk rhetoric and then push everything to the school head. So the school head is this person has to perform miracles, isn't it? Because we expect this person to be accountable, to be responsible, to mold the society we want. And it's a very important center where we want to see things change. So the school leadership seem to be promoting human dignity, trust, and the collectivism. Now, core values such as trust, caring, openness, social justice, inclusiveness, and dignity are the principles of Ubuntu. That's the framework that we wanted to use to develop our knowledge system in our research. I may not need to go over it, but it's clear we wanted to move from identifying our challenges and go through what we want to bring in our stakeholders, go through communities up to the school organizations, and the focus is on the Ubuntu itself. Those are some of the values. And then someone was talking about transformation is an issue that we really are battling with. And with this project, we also hope we will achieve the transformation we want. And also focusing on the servant leadership. We are talking about a school head that serves to develop the human relations, that serves the interests of the learner. And at the end of it all, we should be looking at addressing the issue of school management, the training, the stakeholder involvement, and the classroom practices, where we can finally talk about effective school leadership, the final place where we want, and then expect improved learning outcomes. Now, preliminary findings in our study were things that we picked up as we were working in the field. We have not finished really looking at our data, but there's a lot of data that we have, and we are still getting a lot more. And it is some language in the local language here which may be difficult for me to pronounce. If I meet a difficulty, just pick a phone there if you're coming from Rwanda and pronounce it better for me. Now, conceptualization of Ubuntu, trying to expand on that, see how different people looking at the concept of Ubuntu. Of course, some draw from the African general knowledge of Ubuntu, but there are also some certain specifics about how people understand the concept Ubuntu and also how they practice it. In Kinyarwanda, they are saying, kubaho ni ukuhubana. Am I pronouncing it properly? Can anyone pronounce that for me? What is it? Okubana, eh? And it was interesting when I was listening to them speaking in that language. And they were saying that means to live is to live with, meaning you are only there as long as another person is there. Yeah? Otherwise, without another person, you are not really living. You are not in life. You are in life because there is another person next to you. So that's the interpretation they are making in Kinyarwanda. And then from its original meaning, Ubuntu, they call it Ubumuntu. Ubumuntu, but they say Ubumunu, and that's how they pronounce it. Now, Ubuntu can be expanded to mean, I like that one. They were telling us that is Ubufura, meaning Immanuel Rwanda. You know, they were saying the school head is kind of a God, kind of God. You know, he takes care of everybody in the school. The school head is the God of Rwanda. Yeah, school heads are the parents of all children. So, very, very important, powerful position. Fanta Umwana Nkuwawe, the school head with, they run your school with your hearts. Ubuntu Umufura implies values of integrity, generosity, empathy, and so forth. The school heads themselves were confirming the knowledge about Ubuntu. You know, they were talking about it and what they know and how the implication for the leadership as an organization. They also occurred that Ubuntu is about collaboration, respect, empathy, inclusion, and positive change. The knowledge about standards, remember the school heads that we were talking to, many of them have gone through VVOB projects, these African Center for School Leadership programs of CPD, Continuous Professional Development, and they were confirming the standards of school leadership. Those are the ones, let me not deal with those. Now, question was how to make the schools effective. These are some of the responses that we're getting from our participants. What could be done to make schools effective and in a Ubuntu kind of philosophy. So you can see they are emphasizing collaboration. They are also looking at care for everyone, which is Ubuntu, is what we are, for everyone that works with schools. They are talking of a good listener. They are talking of demonstrating leadership skills. They are talking of ensuring effective and efficient utilization of resources. We've seen that. And they are talking of commitment to achieve the desired outcome, which is learners' performance. About professional development programs, the school has, of course, they participated, and the English they participated. Teachers have not participated. That's what we are finding. Parents and students did not participate. Teachers, of course, they indicate they know about school development, professional development programs that are running, and they agree that they foster positive mindsets through development of required skills and knowledge. They incorporate all stakeholders and school community in that, and they are calling for that. And there's a belief that continuous professional development could help school system to address the ever-emerging issues in schools as an organization. Now, gender issues, we are looking at that part also. It was interesting when we were talking to students about that at least they all feel empowered. There's really no difference between how boys and girls are treated in school. But what came out was that girls, of course, they still lack that confidence, in coming up. They are given chance, for instance, in senior secondary schools to participate and elect their leadership, to participate in problem solving, in discipline. But they say boys seems to be more aggressive into the practices, whereas girls they still lack confidence. But all that they're saying is that they are all given that opportunity. So student leadership is achieved through democratic elections, and students say they require leadership training. All of them, boys and girls, they say as much as they participate, they also need a bit of training so that when they lead others or when they participate in school decision making, they are more knowledgeable, more skilled on what they are doing. Now, these are the questions that we, if you had time, would be asking ourselves. How can Ubuntu be integrated in the school leadership standards? A question that policy we could look at. How can it be part of school leadership in professional development? And what content and which modalities? These are some of the questions that we will also continue to, in our study, to try to address. Yes, so in short, this is what our project is doing at the moment. But before I close what I want to, before I open up to the chair, in realization of the gap that we have in Africa, as scholars, we've just started to also think of literature that we can produce in school leadership. We've come together as many African scholars to really document our own literature about school leadership that draws from African perspectives, that can also generate ideas from how we socialize our social philosophies about Africa. So it's a project that we are selling. We've started it. We have editors in place. Some of us here are the authors. Sooner than later, we'll be making loud noise about what we are seeing and what we are producing, and be ready to buy into our project. Thank you so much. My chair.
Thank you very much, Prof. I believe we have. Let's give him another round of applause. Very exciting. Ubuntu is always very heartwarming for many of us. I personally use Ubuntu a lot in a lot of things that I do. But we have time for about 3 or 4 questions maximum, and I can see Samawuku. If we can give him the mic, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for the great presentation. I totally buy into the whole idea of Ubuntu and Ubuntu leadership. But as you present, I'm just wondering, I go to meeting, group of educators education ministers are in the room, and I present this to them, and then they ask me this question. We have so many education leadership theories and practices, concepts, and all of that. Do we need a new one? What should be my response? For them to be convinced and be willing to plan for it, budget for it, and make it work in their countries.
Did I get the question?
What? Did you get it?
Okay.
Should I play it back? I can rewind.
So, briefly, if you can just summarize, just the last part.
I meet a group of ministers of education from our beautiful continent.
Yeah.
And I present to them what you have just presented. And then they ask me, we have so many theories, practices, concepts about educational leadership and school leadership. Do we need a new one?
Okay.
What should be my response so that they'll be persuaded and be convinced to invest in it? Yeah.
Right. So, Prof, we'll take a few questions and then we'll come back to you for you to respond to all of them. So, question number 2, 3, 4. So we'll take 4.
Sir. Mine isn't actually a question. It comes out of a kind of confusion I got. Because when he talks of Ubuntu, he referred even to our sad history. So ever since after we moved to another era of reconciliation, of reconstruction, of where we are today, the Ubuntu you are talking about is what is being practiced every day. We are supposed to start this with the infancy stage. It is a homestead kind of a lecture that should be had. So that means that every day and everywhere, the Munyarwanda we have should have Ubuntu, should be a wholesome, complete person with such a virtues, with such a kind of behavior, personalities, and what. So this is something we are doing at home. We have done it at school. We do it at the national level and government at every aspect. And I think that by the time one becomes a school leader, he should already have acquired these virtues. So I find it something that is a living, it's a denominator for a person even to access the level of leadership. We have made campaigns, we have gone to schools, we have done it when we are doing induction. By the way, I'm talking as a director for school leadership in the Rwanda-based education board. Yeah? So we usually do induction of new school leaders. And in the induction, we still emphasize, underline on these virtues. So I was wondering if it should be an additional standard to be included in what has to be separately taught.
All right. All right.
Leaders. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much. So we'll take our third one. Is there a fourth question? Okay. Third, fourth, and fifth. And then that'll be it. So please go ahead.
Thank you. Ubuntu or Ubumunu is about values, the Rwandan values. And the question is, should Rwandans or should school leaders live their values and use their values at work? Should it be values in action for work? So for me, the question is, Is it values in action in the organization or for work as a principle that should be measured? Or is it about another concept that is supposed to be new as ubumuntu? Because it's really ubumuntu is about values. It's about the good values, leading from the heart as well as from, if I may say, the head, or using your brains, but also using your heart, the soft skills, the humanity part. So I wanted to know whether we should consider that as a new concept or as a practice that we live because we have values as a community.
All right, thank you very much. We'll take the fourth and the fifth. Microphone, yes.
Thank you so much, Mike. Prof, that was a powerful presentation, igniting the roots of Africans and anchoring it on the values that we regard as a continent. Now, I have a few issues that perhaps I would put forward for you to help us iron out. But one, of course, has been mentioned. The factor that is heavy for us in this is the bit of harmonizing this model, because it comes out as a philosophy. But then now we really have to improve it into a model of leadership. And we also have, of course, running Western models, which have been applied across the board ever since we started off with Western education. So that is an issue. How do we harmonize these models? Because some of key issues superimpose into Western models, issues with democracy, they superimpose. Now, what is the clear cut between Ubuntu and some of these Western models? Another issue which I would wish to ask you to help us iron out is how to internalize internalization of Ubuntu model. How do we internalize this model? How do we handle matters to do with love as a school leader? How can I position caring, because they came out in that. How can I manage issues to do with respect, compassion? How can we internalize this model to Christianize this to be an existing model with a empirical position for application? Ubuntu in itself, as you brought it out, I've noticed there's an aspect of universality. What is the extent of Ubuntu appreciation across the continent? I know from the Western context, it might be looked as universal from the African purview, but internally, from the African context, how universal is Ubuntu?
We'll take the last one, and Prof will have about 10 minutes maximum to respond to the 5 questions. Our time is very limited, unfortunately. So please, Richard, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. I do support the idea of indigenizing what we are doing. But over the period, our conversation has been about, as far as school leadership is concerned, to what extent the community, for that matter, parents, are part of the key stakeholders as far as constructing school leadership is concerned. And from where I'm coming from, Ghana, and I believe the continent also espoused that, some of the key values that we have at the community level, which Ubuntu is talking about, I see, if not the same, some similarities in all that. The care, the respect for one another, and the key values. So, and also looking at the universalist perspective of knowledge and the era in which we are now. If I want to see your proposal on Ubuntu as reinforcing the current conversation as to making sure that our communal value or community value is entrenched in constructing school leadership, will I be wrong than just seeing Ubuntu as a new concept altogether? Thank you very much.
All right, so Prof, please, you have the floor to respond.
Allow me to start with combining first question of, or I call it an observation, and also the last but one observation. And say, you see, we are in the stampede of globalization. I'm sure you will agree with me. We're in the stampede of globalization. And globalization is emphasized on competition. We talked about it earlier. Huh? And competition is, well, it's not wrong. We want it. But we don't want it to push and marginalize a certain segment of the society, do we? Yeah. So we have to find a middle ground in the international space where globalization also must accept that we need the human character, the human factor, the human element, the person element, so that we live knowing that as much as we want to compete in the marketplace, in the neoliberal trends, we also must be mindful of making people feel they are human, they deserve respect. They should not suffer the consequences of looked at as incompetent in the competition place. So it's a challenge that we are looking at. And one of the reasons, to answer you, one of the reasons why we thought as Africans we need to sit down and really think about literature that talk to school leadership, because we also believe that the legitimate place for human development is the school. Yeah, the power of miracles of development of a person is in the school, and it is the school head that is everything in there. So, considering this power and legitimacy of the work of the school and the person who is heading the school, so we thought then it is important to try to look at these concepts and practices. To come to your question also, and practices. How should we understand Ubuntu? How should we understand the person development? The respect, the dignity, the integrity that we want to give to everybody. And defining that, how do we get that into practice? Looking at the school as a place that will produce a person who looks at the world and say, this is a world for us all, and we must all get the opportunity, without necessarily disadvantaging another person. It's a very difficult approach, but I think that's what we should think. Sometimes scholars would think that way, but sometimes people in business, they think we must go. Like or not we go. If you are not competent, that is the way we are going. But in the education, we are saying, in terms of inclusivity, yeah, we must all go. Ubuntu, Ngabantu, Umunu. So I'm just trying to combine the two. We are not running away from, if it means generating a new concept, let it be. Yeah? Let it be. Let's find out. Let's see if you can come up with a new meaning, a new philosophy. If we can. If you cannot, but let's see how we merge what we know about Ubuntu into the existing philosophies and theories of educational leadership. So I invite ideas along those lines. Those who will be writing on this. We have people all over. In Ghana, people are working on this. In Nigeria, they are there. Here, they are in this room, where 4 people are in this project of trying to generate the proper literature. Kenya, we have. Zimbabwe, we have. South Africa, we have. It's a really group of people whom I think I'm the coordinator at the same time as the corresponding editor of the project. And we are happy to associate with the African Center for School Leadership. They will also help us. You mentioned a very important point, like the denominator. Ubuntu become a denominator. I buy that. That one. It's already in my pocket. Ubuntu must become a denominator of how really we develop our schools and our school leaderships. Because we want to develop people and we understand that the kind of person we produce, the kind of people we are working with, are these people that are important, an important resource in the society. So it's a very important, I take it as a very good comment rather than a question. say. The third one was the values, yeah, Rwandan values of school leadership. As we were walking around in schools and talking to parents, exactly that's what they were really talking to us, indicating these values of school as an organization. You could see the elements of the principles of Ubuntu pronounced by our participants. So the inner values were really coming inevitable from what we're discussing with them. So the harmonization I've already indicated when I talk about globalization and how Ubuntu can come in and they work together, not necessarily one beating the other game down, and universalization. And yes, we must get to a situation where we really reconstruct leadership, but it's already there. But let's also see if we cannot strengthen that we have, you know. I'm happy that Rwanda, you are doing very well. As I was walking around into the countryside, I can see you are doing very, very well. A clean country, I could see these kids, preschool kids in primary, in juniors. I was really impressed. I could see the kind of culture, the kind of Ubuntu that we may need to emphasize on. And I thought, perhaps the staff development programs are working very well in this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Prof, for giving us some reflections on rethinking school leadership in Africa through the lens of Ubuntu. Once again, let's give him a round of applause. Next on the agenda is the Programs Manager of SEBA Education, Lucy Ama Bema. Lucy will be talking about school leadership in early childhood education and community involvement in Ghana. I'm sure Lucy will be able to finish within about 15, 20 minutes. Less than that. Thank you so much.
I may need a microphone. This is not inclusive enough. I may have to stretch. Okay, thank you. So I'm Luciama Bema, and I'm representing Ghana and SEBA Education. I'm not here alone, so I'm here with colleagues from Africates. Mandela is there, Right to Play Kwabena, and then Hilda. So I'm going to do this on behalf of the three organizations, including VVOB. So VVOB is also here. So as we are already aware, I think most of the things were captured during the gallery walk, and so I may not go through all. Okay, so the rationale for our intervention, and then the project or the approach is strengthening learning through play, through leadership communities of practice. So that is it. And then some of the reason behind that is, as you are all aware, if you have stronger ECE, research shows that there is returns between 4 to 16% returns and long-term benefits for the brain cognitive development and then higher lifetime earnings. So this is why we are much interested in ECE and then why children should learn by play. So these are also some of the challenges that is hindering why ECE is not working so well in Ghana. So fragmented coordination for quality ECE, inadequate teacher professionalism, and then poor support from school leadership and parents. I will skip. We've already looked at this, the theory of change. And so the composition of the leadership communities of practice. So because we didn't want to create a parallel system or structure, as you heard in the morning, we worked in 3 regions in Ghana, 3 districts across the 3 regions. And within the regions, we are working with 2 schools each. And for the schools, we had the rural and then the urban. So the facilitators we work with to be able to spearhead this approach, and then the training was strategically selected. So the implementing partners were not directly delivering that. It was the Ghana Education Service officers, because it is a system that's it's already there. So we had the EC coordinators and then the training officers at the district level and also at the community level. Then the structure we were using was the school management committee, which is an existing system in the Ghana Education Service, and every school is expected to have SMC committee, as well as parent-teacher association. The SMC committee is more like the governing body of the school, so every school is expected to have that. So as part of the facilitators, the SMC chairs were also part, so as to, because the district office sometimes is located somewhere, and if you don't have people in the community who are leading the SMC effectively, it's not always that you get the office, people from the office to travel to the community to spearhead affairs. So we had people in the SMC committee who were also leading as part of facilitators. So with the SMC committee, apart from the composition is made up of the head teacher, there is assembly member, there is also the chief of the community, parents are part, old school alumni are also part of the SMC, that's the school management committee at the school level. So that is the cycle. So with the trainers we selected, so the EC coordinators at the district education level and then the community level, these are the cycles they went through. So first they needed to prioritize their needs. So after, I think we had a meeting where we had to take them through what is EC, how play-based should be delivered and all that. So after they had understood, they now prioritize what are the key challenges, identify the key challenges, and then they prioritize. So there was time for prioritization, and that was done in phase 1, so session 1, session 2, and then with the prioritized challenge, they also develop solutions. How can we overcome these challenges? So they develop solutions, and then now at the other phase, the third phase, they have to put the solutions into practice. And the final phase, phase 4, they have to reflect which of the solutions work better and how can we do this again with other priority areas. So that was how the cycle. And as a community of practice, if you want things to work, to be able to solve your solutions, I think we had the key enablers. There should be a purpose and focus. And I think that's one of the things we currently battling with the existing SMC. Sometimes they go for meetings and it's not focused. They talk generally without tackling a particular solution. So with this, they have to have a purpose, and then it has to be focused. They need to have relationship among themselves. If you have a good relationship with someone, when you ask for something, the person is able to provide. There should also be the need for working together. And so this supported them to be able to go through the cycle, which I showed on the previous slide. And so for the projects, these were the timelines. So we initially had, that it started last year, October. So we had the facilitators training where we invited all the facilitators. I talked about the people from the education departments in the district, and then the SMC chairs who were selected to be part of the facilitators. And then, so that is the cycle of the meetings and then the sessions that were held. So if you could see down there, so there is LCOP support session. So VVOB was playing more of the technical role. So after every 2 sessions, there was like LCOP support where we all need to, together with the facilitator, need to reflect and see which solutions, how are things being done, and what can we do better going forward. So that is the LCOP support sessions, which VVOB supported us to work with. So with the priorities, these were some of the priority areas identified by the project implementing communities. So one was provision. There were lots of them, but these were the pressing ones. So one was provision of the playground for students in the school or for pupils in the school. I think after going through the need for play-based, they saw it requires that play doesn't only happen in the classroom, but rather it also happens outside, and therefore if they have a playground, well furnished, I think that would also help with the play-based approach. And then the provision of, another also identify as their key priority as provision of KG appropriate, enough and appropriate furniture. So in Ghana, there is this furniture that is meant for the KG. So it's either the small chairs with the round tables or the hexagonal tables. So they saw that there is a need for children to have that instead of sitting on a higher desk where children's legs will be hanging. So the community felt that, okay, after the sensitization on play-based, we think this is our priority. So they also identified that. And the third one also identified the need to make the classroom print-rich. So the classroom, if you say play-based, classroom should be print-rich. You should have lots of materials, labelings, and for children to be actively involved in the learning. So these were the key priority areas. And then the selected solutions as we have. And among the selected solutions they discussed among themselves, there were the best solution. So for the first one, I think the best one was to, for PTA to do a contribution, I think about $1 each, to be able to provide the playground, and then the community also supports in kind. So the playground has items like using old tiles, green grass, so the soil to even plant on the grass. So the community also supported with that. And then for the provision of the KG furniture, the community also, I think the best approach was to do a fund mobilization among the community members, organizing community debates and then raising fund. And also the community also had a borehole where they could also sell water to generate fund to ensure that their furniture is provided. And then the third best approach was the community to support with majority of the TLRs. So the TLRs here, you go into the classroom, we have a wooden block, like cutout shapes. We have shopping center. So the communities were bringing all those things in there. After they have gone through the play base and realized, okay, this our classroom needs to look very nice. So we can also support with these items. So yes. And then the learnings, what the approach seeks to questions that were asked or answered. So these are the learning questions. The data was also gathered through interviews with partners. So the partners are the implementing partners, Sabre Education, Africates, and then Right to Play. And also at the end of every session, we had 6 sessions. I think the current session is still ongoing. At the end of every session, there is a monitoring report. Participants or facilitators needed to answer some questions to be able to get some feedback from the sessions that were held. So after all this, and so what? Are we seeing any progress? So there have been changes at the SMC level. And as I said, SMC, it's a structure that exists in GES, Ghana Education Service. So meetings are now well structured. So the SMC, as I earlier said, they met all right, or sometimes they don't even meet at all. They are now meeting and they have a structured agenda. They know what they are doing. They are not just picking all issues, but they select issues and then deal with them one after the other. So meetings are well organized, even if the GS officers are not. If I say GS officers, the Ghana Education officers from the office, if they are not there, the SMC chairs are able to lead or spearhead that, and they are able to find solutions to identify challenge. And then PTA community members have better grasp of the kindergarten system. Prior to their supporting, I think there was sensitization on what the need for play-based, what they need to support with. So now they have a better understanding and they are supporting with, they are not asking any external support. Within, they are generating their own solutions and then working with it. Increasing awareness that schools have shared responsibility. So it's not a one-man thing, it's not for the head teacher alone, but we all come together to make it work. And then more parents and community members involved in school activities. I think those were the days they said the classrooms are meant for just the teachers. And sometimes if a parent is coming to the school, the way the parents will be looked at, but now parents are asked to come and support in the classroom. So in Ghana, per the new curriculum, the strands we have all about me, we have all around me. So those specific strands, if the teacher is delivering and needs parent support or has to do a story sharing, that has to be led by a parent. They are invited, and parents are willing to come in and then support with. Unlike when the classrooms, they felt the classroom was just for the teacher. Communities are exchanging ideas. So as I said, we did rural urban. So the communities that were involved, I think they cannot just pick a phone. Okay, there is this, that is ongoing. How can I do it? Or I've seen this, how did you do it? So they are sharing ideas among themselves. So not just the teachers, but the community as a whole. Stronger community in rural areas with, yes. So I think at the poster, I said that someone asked if it's the same in rural and urban. So for the rural area where we have just a school, and then a chief, an assemblyman who is just in charge of one school, it's easier getting them on board than in the rural area where you have lots of schools and sometimes they don't know how to share their time and their resources. So more very effective in the rural areas. And then the changes we have seen so far at the school level. So school leaders are providing better support to kindergarten teachers. So the kindergarten teachers are now being seen as doing something. Previously, kindergartens were seen as, that is dance, come and sleep, and then you eat and go. But now they know that the head teachers themselves are realizing that teachers need to do more. So they are providing the needed support. They need more resources, so they are providing those supports to them. Teachers now have clearer understanding on how to effectively implement the learnings through play. And then improve school environments. So with the schools that have gathered TLRs, the classrooms you go and the classrooms are shining. So the children are happy being in those classes. And so availability of resources, TLR, teaching and learning materials, more tables for every child, classroom, additional classrooms for KG. So as one of the priorities also, I think in one of the communities, the children, both KG1 were put together, and now when they saw the need that we need to have a smaller class, they have been able to provide another class and split the class for effective learning and engagement by children. So then there is higher attendance. If you have lovely classrooms, I don't think you will stay home. So children are getting more interested in the schools and coming. Yes, so these were some of the quotations that's the community members, after realizing all that have been achieved. So one says, one of the projects which had an innovative teacher managed to face their KG with low cost. So these are materials from the community, so they don't buy. For instance, they used powder containers. They are used to set up the center, so they are low cost. And then the class is so beautiful that other 20 schools, so where they are working, are coming to see and then trying to replicate the same things in their schools. So that's from Binduri. And then one also saying KG teachers from other class levels underrate them. So that's the perception. If you teach at the lower level, meaning, in fact, your educational level isn't that high. But that is not so. I worked in a district where we had a PH holder in the KG. So that mentality is also going away. So now teachers are happy coming to the KG. Gone were the days when they have to, maybe they were in an upper class and they have to be moved to the KG because there are no teachers. They sometimes feel reluctant. But with now, I think they see that KG is not about sleep and dance, but it's more activity-based. So that's a quotation from someone also in Ho West, in the Volta region. And so to be able to achieve all that we had said, I think these were the processes that we went through. First, introducing the learning through play, they understanding the concept to be able to provide the needed support, and then the active engagement of Ghana Education Service at the district level. They were hugely involved, and then they own the approach. And then greater impact seen in the communities where chiefs were involved. So where in communities where chiefs were also involved, you could see that they were able to do a lot. And then the transparency in resource mobilization. When I say bring A, bring C, at the end of the day, I know what you are going to use that A, B, C for. So it's made them to contribute more and then collaborate more and then build trust. So communities motivated by healthy competition. Because during the meetings, I think they swap communities, rotate. So this session, this community will move to the other. They see what happens, and now when they go, they also want to do same. So there was that healthy competition. However, since we are working in remote two communities, urban, and then they were moving, I think the issue of distance was a challenge where people have to move, and therefore, sometimes if the meeting starts at 9, some will get there, let's say 9:30 because of the distance and then the transportation issues. But in future, I think we are considering working with communities, like the schools close by, not just the urban and then the rural, but if in the rural we have communities close by, we work with them so that it reduces the distance that has to be traveled. So that is the end, and thank you.
Very much, Lucy, for these wonderful insights. Another round of applause for Lucy. So on our schedule, we have tea break, but we are not going to have a break. We'll have tea. So the tea is ready. When you are ready, you can, walk out and take a cup of tea. There will be questions, yes. There will be questions. So we'll do the tea, not a break, while we prepare for the webinar. We'll take some questions for Lucy, if any. We can take about 3 or 4, I believe. Any questions? 1, 2. All right, so 2 questions for Lucy, and we can start from the other end. Is the microphone here? Yes, then we'll start from here. So Lucy will take the 2 questions, and then you respond.
As I said, my colleagues are also here, just to get them involved in case.
Thank you, Lucy. That was a powerful presentation. And I've loved the approach of multi-agencies taking up the responsibility. This actually has witnessed some positive results from what you have presented. However, my question is how, going forward, and considering the best practices which actually have come out of this project, do you have a structured mechanism for disseminating some of these best practices, considering that I noticed the project was anchored in 3 regions, the upper and northern part, and central and Volta region. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that enlightening presentation. Well done. Just a quick question in relation to early childhood and the challenges in many communities. Can you hear me? Yeah. And in many communities, particularly countries where sometimes early childhood education is almost irrelevant, and the parents seem to be not sending their children to the conventional early childhood education. So they don't allow until the age of 7 to go to any kind of conventional learning centers. So I really want to hear from you any experience within the context of your country, or whether there is anywhere where there is a really good practice to encourage parents to send their children to these kind of settings. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. So I want to support Lucy with the questions. So about the plan to disseminate these results, yes, we have. The first is to go back to the Ministry of Education, GES headquarters, because they were involved at the initial state for the LCOP to start. And so now that we have this, we'll go back to them. They understand it. And then government is also working with what we call community of excellence, which is similar to leadership community of practice. So by disseminating this with the government, the idea is to integrate this into that concept to be able to get more parents, more community members, take interest in the affairs of the school and be able to support and commit themselves to it. Again, because we want it to be locally driven, the communities will be in charge of this. And then coming from the district's educational officials will support with the dissemination and then the scale up. Already, the district directors have mentioned to us that based on what they are seeing, they are committed to scaling this on their own. So already we have that commitment from the 3 district directors where this program is being implemented. Because we only have two schools, 2 communities. So what happened to the rest of the communities within the district? The directors are giving us that indication that they will start sharing the best practices with the rest of the schools and be able to do that. And again, through what we call General Assembly, the school performance appraisal meetings, some of these ideas will be shared and then we see more parents coming in. Maybe I'll start something and Lucy will end. As far as Ghana is concerned, the Ministry of Education, Ghana Education Service, mainstream kindergarten education in 2007. So it is kind of a straightforward thing. Once you are age 4, you are enrolled into the government public school. So it is just there. If the child is 2 years, 3 years, and the parent wants to send the child to school, then the parent will now resort to the private sector where they send them to the private schools where they have crèche. For government schools, we don't have crèche or space and nursery, we don't have. But the private schools, they have crèche, they have nursery where they can begin educating them, getting them interested in education, and then they continue. And because government doesn't have the crèche and nursery space, but for 4 years, sometimes some of the communities that are far from where the schools are located, it takes them time to be able to go because the child needs to be 5, 6 years before the child can walk to the school. And so there are few of our schools that have overage learners in our public schools. And we also have underage too, because sometimes if I'm a teacher and I have a child, 2 years, I push the child at the KG, even though it is not allowed, but for the fact that I am a teacher there, I get the opportunity to send a child to the school. So we have that system already structured, and that is it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you very much. So we have about 10 minutes to join the webinar. Our technical team is working on it. But in the meantime, tea is ready. If you want to grab a cup of tea, please feel free to do that as we organize ourselves to join the webinar. Thank you.
make sure that you are then you check all the connecting.
All right, so we are going online for the webinar now. I've received a signal from our technical team. Is Yvonne? All right, so it appears we have participants online. We can see some names on the screen. At this point, I will hand over to Yvonne, who is going to be the moderator for the webinar. So thank you very much. Over to you, Yvonne.
Thank you so much.
Recording in progress.
For this session. So today's session, it's part of an ongoing series on our school leadership webinar. It is actually the 4th webinar on this particular series. So the series is jointly delivered by African Center for School Leadership, a flagship of VVOB. Of course, those of us in-house know that. And then also in partnership with ADEA, ICBA, IEPA, the Nottingham Institute of Education at Nottingham Trent University and Addis Ababa University. So today's webinar is a bit different from what we have had in the past. Like I said, it's the 4th webinar. In the past, we had online webinars. Today's webinar is going to be blended in that we have online participants joining, and we also have all of us here in the room. See a good number, I can estimate to maybe 70 or 60. Not so good with mathematics. Yeah, but the number is good, and it's a hybrid format today. So feel welcome for those of us in the room, and also for those of us joining online, please feel welcome. We'd really appreciate if we can see some maybe joyful emojis just telling us that you're glad to be here. So before we start, I think I need to give just a few house rules. One, this webinar will be recorded, and this also for the benefit of those of us who are online. The webinar will be recorded and will be shared later on the African Center for School Leadership website. So in case you have any issue with that, please let us know. Also, the slides for today's webinar will be shared also online on the website. Again, if you have an issue with that, then maybe you can let us know. If you have any technical issues that you experience with the audio, please share through the chat function for those of us who are online. Also, to ensure that we have a smooth delivery of this webinar, we will have the following. One, for those of us who are online, we request that you mute yourself at all times unless you've been given an opportunity to speak. For those of us in the house, we also request that when you have an opportunity to speak, that you will use the microphone, because we are a recording that will really help. Also, we ask that for any questions, we wait until the Q&A session. For those of us who are online, you can ask your questions and also your comments through the chat. And for those of us in-house, kindly note them down. We will have a Q&A session where you'll be able to ask your questions. Also, as we mentioned earlier, the session is being recorded. So if you have a problem with that, please let us know. So today's webinar will focus on school leaders as a key focus of Africa Union's Continental Education Strategy for 2026-2035. That is CESA 2026-2035. So we've had a lot today, but let us just maybe go through our agenda for this very short webinar. May I ask the tech team to just display the agenda for the benefit of those of us in-house and also for the online audience? Tech team. Apologies for the hitch. Thank you so much. Can it be bigger? Personally, I cannot see that. Thank you. So as we can see, this is going to take 1.5 hours, and the introduction and setting of the scene will be done by the moderator, that is Yvonne Ruiz-Pamboya, who is speaking. And then we will have an introduction of key speakers. Again, I will be leading that. And then we will have keynote presentations on school leaders, a key area of focus for African Union Continental Education Strategy for Africa. And we'll have 2 keynote speakers. We will have Dr. Quentin Wardon, that's the Director, UNESCO International Institute for Capacity Building. And we'll also have Professor Steve Nkoecha, the Executive Director, Africa Federation of Teaching and Regulatory Authorities, AFTRA. The Q&A session will be led by 2 people. For the in-house, I will be coordinating that together with the people who are here. And then for the online, my colleague Marianne Dreyers-Shaika, who is the team lead and management consultant at UNESCO ICBA, will be leading that. We will have a reflection session, which will be led by Dr. Steve Kamanzi, Country Director and Chief of Party, EDC, Liberia. And then we'll end our session, hopefully, at exactly 5:30. Thank you, tech team. So before I introduce the keynote speakers, maybe just to remind us a bit of why school leadership is important. I know we've had a lot today. For those of us who are here physically, we've had of the good policies and practices in the 4 countries, that is Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya, in Rwanda. Oh, Uganda was not there, so Ghana. Yeah, Ghana, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Kenya. We've also had of a very interesting session about the models that are working and what others can learn from that. And we have also heard from the speaker about Ubuntu and how a person is a person because of another person. I think that really touched me. So we've also heard or seen from various research that teachers and the quality of their teaching actually determines the learning outcomes of learners. The unfortunate bit is that more often than not, learners do not have access to qualified teachers who can guide them to attain their pedagogical support. So the question that we ask ourselves, or why we are here as educators, as leaders, as policymakers, would be then, how best can we support the teachers? And to write on that, is leadership really important? I think we are all trying to figure that out. Is leadership really important? Is it vital for these teachers to be able to support children effectively? So for today's webinar, we'll look at the Continental Education Strategy for Africa for 2026-2035. And we have a draft that has been finalized, and it's expected to be presented to the African Union Summit in February 2025 for adoption. And one of its key strategic areas focuses on teachers, educators, and caregivers. And it addresses issues related to recruitment, career progression, professional development, and overall well-being of teachers. So this does not only talk about salaries and benefits, but it also talks about leadership. It also talks about accountability. It also talks about mental well-being of teachers. So today, we are going to look at these recommendations, and I'm really hopeful that some of us sitting in this room and those of us online that were able to give recommendations towards CESA 2026-2025. So we're going to see what we have in it for teachers. We're going to look at the teacher and school leader policies, including pre-service education, continuous professional development, and licensure. So I would like to introduce our speakers for today. Our tech team, I hope you can share the bio for the speakers. I can continue, then it will come as we go along so that we also save on time. So we have Dr. Quentin Wardon, who is the director of International Institute for Capacity Building in Africa, which is a Category 1 UNESCO Institute on Teachers and Education Policy in Africa. Previously, he worked at the World Bank, including as lead economist, lead poverty specialist, and manager of the Unit on Values and Development. Before that, he taught with tenure at University of Namur. I'm not so sure. Forgive me if I pronounce that incorrectly. He also taught at Addis Ababa University, American University, and Georgetown University. He's a business engineering graduate. After an assignment in Asia as a laureate of a prize, he worked in brand management for Procter & Gamble. He then shifted careers to join nonprofit, working with the extreme poor. This led him to pursue a career in international development. Quentin holds a PhD, holds 4 PhDs, has over 700 publications, and has worked in policy across sector in over 60 countries. As part of his volunteer work, he has held multiple leadership positions with nonprofit. His research has been covered by leading news media globally. And the second presenter will be Professor Steve Koecha. Stephen Koecha is a professor of sociology of education at the University of Calabar, Nigeria. He holds multiple positions in Africa and globally in the regulation of teaching. These include 1, Executive Director, Africa Federation of Teaching Regulatory Authorities, AFTRA. Is the chair, International Working Group, World Forum of Teaching Regulating Authorities, AFTRA, and is the co-chair, African Union Teacher Development Cluster, a subsidiary of the African Union Continental Education Strategy for Africa. He's a lead consultant of the development and implementation of teacher policies, teaching standards, teacher qualification frameworks, and teacher education programs for international bodies such as UNESCO ICBA, UNESCO Paris, UNESCO Regional Office in Africa, African Union Commission, World Bank, European Union Delegation, Education International, DFID, among others. He's also a fellow College of Teachers London, fellow of AFTRA, fellow Nigerian Institute of Management, and member of Nigerian Academy of Education. Previously, he was the Director of Operations, Teacher Registration Council of Nigeria, and an an agency of the Federal Ministry of Education, responsible for the regulation of teaching in Nigeria. Please join me in welcoming Quentin and Dr. Steve. Give them a round of applause. So I'll invite Quentin. I saw him online. I hope he's still online.
Yes, sorry, I was unmuting myself, and let me put my camera
Good
as well.
afternoon, Quentin.
Can you hear me, Yvonne?
Yes,
can you
I
hear
can
me?
hear you loud and clear.
Oh, wonderful.
Welcome.
Wonderful. All right, thank you, thank you. And for anybody with a doubt, having multiple PhDs is a very bad sign. So it's a bad idea. All right, thank you, Yvonne. So I recognize a few people. Jeff, I can see you there with the traditional haircut and everything. So very good to see you, and I can recognize a few other people. So glad to be with you. I think we have about 30 minutes for the keynote, and maximum 20 for me, and then 10 for Steve, whom I'm very glad is there. We saw him online as well. Am I sharing my PowerPoint myself, or you want to do it on your side? I can do it here if that's better.
Which one are you comfortable with, Quentin? We have the PowerPoint we can share from this end.
All right. I'll try to, but the host has to enable me for screen sharing, because right now I'm not enabled. So you can either share on your side. If I can see it, I can tell you, or I have to be allowed.
We can share. Text him kindly.
So right now, I don't have the right to share.
Just give us 1 minute, he's working on it. You can share, Quentin. Please go ahead.
Yes, I can. Thank you. Share. Right. Can you see my screen with the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yes. Wonderful. I'm trying to go full screen. All right. Hopefully this works. Thank you so much. And as I mentioned in several meetings, I'm very glad that VVOB and others are paying more attention to school leadership. I think it's extremely important. So my presentation is a bit broader than school leadership, and then Steve will really zoom in about the work of AFTRA on school leadership. So I'm going to talk about the CESA process. CESA is the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, as I think probably almost all of you know. We started at IGBA to help the African Union in the CESA process about 4 or 5 months ago. There are two parts in the process. First, there was a review of the previous Continental Education Strategy, which is from 2016 to 2025. That involved consultations, that involved a dozen online surveys that we fielded. I've put in the chat one of the surveys, I'll put it again when I end talking, which is for teachers, and we would love some of you either in the room or online to respond. It's very useful for the consultation. There was a technical consultation meeting, and the revisions are being done. So actually we finalized revisions. The next step is discussion at the African Union Specialized Technical Committee in early November, and then another round of revision, and then proposal for adoption at the African Union Summit. This is the first part of the process, the CESA review. So let me give you a few feelings for some of the results before I talk about what's more important, which is the new strategy. And anybody online, you should try to mute yourself because we can hear background noise here, if you can mute yourself, or perhaps the host can mute others. So first, we were actually pleasantly surprised that there is a relatively good awareness of CESA among the people who answered those surveys, about 1,000 people. We find that about 1/3 of the people didn't know anything about CESA, 1/3 knew something, and 1/3 roughly read it. But few people actually used the Continental Education Strategy 2016-2025 in their work in any substantial way. That was one first result. The second result is that the CESA was actually perceived relatively useful, though with an average impact in countries. We thought, when we fielded the surveys, that the results would be less encouraging. And so we were actually pleasantly surprised with what we saw in the surveys. The most important constraints, of course, is the lack of awareness, because about 35–40% of the respondents do not know about CESA. And when you go down a little bit below the level of people who are responsible of specific areas in ministries or the heads of NGOs and so on, the level of CESA goes down. And we see that in some other surveys that we just implemented. So there's a lot of effort that we have to make to try to make the next strategy better known. Now, lack of funding was also a main reason for the limited impact of the past strategy. Now, the past strategy had 12 objectives, and if you haven't read it, go online, you type CESA PDF Africa, you'll get the document. It had 12 objectives, and it has 69 action areas, and actually you could consider each of the action area as an objective. That's too much. That's too many objectives, too many action areas, and there was a feeling that there was not enough prioritization. And so what we have tried to do in the new CESA is restrict that a little bit. Now, one difficulty is that when you ask the respondents, again, this is about 1,000 people for different surveys, different groups, so it's not representative, but it's a good chunk of people. They all say that all of those 12 past objectives are very important, should be kept in the new CESA, right? But they also say that there is fairly limited progress in countries towards those objectives. And this is something, of course, that you would see in the indicators, whether you look at educational attainment, whether you look at learning, other measures, even public support for education, education spending as a share of GDP or share of total spending, you don't see a lot of progress. Now, the conclusion for the CESA review, and I went very fast because I want to spend a bit more time on the new CESA, but the conclusion of the CESA review is that there was a fairly good awareness among the people we contacted, which of course is a bit of a biased sample, but limited actual use of the strategy. The CESA was found useful, but had a limited impact in country, which is where things happened. It had important objectives, but limited progress towards those objectives. I didn't talk too much about the monitoring framework, but I talked about the 69 areas. That's too many. A monitoring framework was created to try to measure progress, and it didn't work because too many indicators were not measurable, or very few countries were reporting. The governance framework, I didn't talk much about it, but it didn't work very well either. A number of things were planned, and it proved very difficult to actually implement. There was mixed performance of CESA clusters, and some of you may be familiar with those clusters. These are 12 thematic groups where organizations meet. The clusters are led by the African Union, but you have coordinators, so we coordinate on teachers. And then you have typically 15, 20 organizations member. Some work well. I can tell you the teacher clusters works well, but some others don't work as well. This is important because that's a key way for the African Union to implement CESA. And then, of course, lack of funding was a key constraint. So these are the results of the CESA review. What is more important now is what are we proposing for the next 10 years? So the idea was to propose strategic areas and objectives. I'll discuss very briefly implementation and governance, and then a few pending questions. So this is not a done deal. We have a draft, meaning the African Union has a draft that will be discussed at what is called that STC in November. That's interministerial. And then there will be, if all goes well, a formal adoption of a final document in February next year. And that document is going to be the document for the next 10 years. That's why it matters. All right, so there is an investment case in the new CESA, which was not part of the previous CESA. It's very brief, but it talks about the importance of education for human rights, for benefits in the labor market, and for other types of benefits, taking into account, for example, girls' education, the impact on health, on fertility, on decision-making, etc. One of the things that we put in the investment case, which you might be finding interesting, is that literacy and foundational learning is very important, and we can measure that, even in the returns on the labor market. Now, this is the key slide. Now, this slide proposes to you, or shows to you, the structure of the new CESA. So we have 6 areas. So we went down from 12 to 6. What are those areas? One is very broad. Resources and enabling environment. The second one is teachers, educators, and caregivers. That includes, of course, the school leaders. Then we have 3 areas, I mean, the broad area is basic education, but we insist on foundational skills, socio-emotional skills and values and well-being, and finally, labor market-ready skills. Then you have higher education and TVET. Then you have second chance programs for those out of school and lifelong learning. And then you have gender equity and inclusion that kind of wraps everything else. Actually, we made a few slight changes in this, and I won't go into the details. This is the version before the revisions that we did about 2 weeks ago. Now, we have 20 objectives, and I want to go a little bit in details about those objectives to show to you how school leadership is integrated in these 20 objectives. All right, these are the objectives. So for each of the 6 strategic areas, we have 3 objectives. And then that gives you 18 objectives, and then we add 2 more for implementation and for monitoring and evaluation. So it's 20 objectives. So 20 is still a lot, but it's less than the 69 that we had before, right? So the first is a bit broad, resource and enabling environment. We talk about school infrastructure, we talk about the curriculum, and then we talk about evidence-based policies, governance, funding, and partnerships. That's, of course, very broad. Then the second one is the one that we care about for this meeting, is about teachers, educators, and caregivers. Now, there are 3 objectives there in that strategic areas. One is to improve teacher policies, education, and professional development. That is very broad. 2 is increasing the attractiveness of the teaching profession. And many of you may be aware of the UNESCO and Teacher Task Force report released this year showing that the profession is less attractive than it should be. And that has to do not only with wages and salaries, but also issues like mental health of teachers and other aspects. But then we specifically put an objective on investing in school leadership, and we specifically said including the share of female leaders, right? Now, I don't know the shares in the 4 countries that are more represented here, that Yvonne mentioned, but in many countries in Africa, you have a small share of female teachers at the secondary level and an even smaller share of female leaders. Might not be the case in some of the countries that are currently targeted by the Africa Center for Excellence. But so you can see that school leadership is itself one of the 20 objectives, right? And so we wanted to give prominence to it. Then we go to basic education. So there's one thing about foundational learning, one thing about social emotional skills and health and well-being, and then finally something about labor market demand, responding to it, and we weave into that ICT and STEM or STEAM education. The next slide gives you the objectives for the other 3 strategic areas. So TVET and higher education, there is one about TVET, one about higher education, and we specifically also propose to have an objective on research, especially in education. And this matters because this is also one of the mission of the Center for Excellence in School Leadership, right? Then we have second chance program that was not part of the previous one. And there we have some things for out-of-school children and youth. We kept adult literacy, which was in the previous one, and then we added supporting lifelong learning. And then we suggested to have 3 objectives for 1 gender, 1 equity, 1 inclusion, but that would be wrapped around the whole strategy, essentially. And I can talk more about that in Q&As. So now I want to briefly mention, for the next 5-6 minutes, one key point that is not part of the big structure of the new CESA, but that matters. And why, one of the reasons why we felt school leadership was so important, and especially female school leaders. So if you look at girls' education, there's a whole literature. Actually, I'm going to pass on these slides to save time. But there are programs that are really working, and the beautiful one in Nigeria that I can talk more about later, where you have a safe space, but then you also have strengthening on literacy and numeracy, and that really helps the girls to remain on school or back to school. Now, when you think about girls' education, and that's part of how we got to those issues about female school leaders, you may think that social norms is the main reason to drop out of school. It's not. It's an important reason. But, and I'm going to go very, very quickly, this is a slide where we have data qualitative on the left and quantitative on the right in Niger. And we took Niger for a specific reason. Niger has 75% roughly of the girls marrying before the age of 18. Lower secondary enrollment is very, very low, etc. You could think that in Niger, social norms is the key, but actually in Niger and in many other countries, lack of learning is the main reason to drop out at the primary and lower secondary school level, right? And that's also why we emphasize foundational skills. Now, when we did the analysis of PASEC data, and I assume you are familiar with PASEC, it's a student assessment, we found that female teachers, and especially female principals, were associated with a higher performance of the students, boys and girls alike, in school. And others have found the same thing with those data, with other data. I think it's a pretty robust finding for Africa. And so what this means is that having more female teachers, having more female principals is very important. Now, this I won't have the time either to go in details, but then we did an analysis for West Africa that now we have for Africa as a whole about how countries were creating career stages for school teachers and school leaders, what were the competencies for teachers and school leaders that were explicitly stated, and we find there's a lot of progress that has to be done. And again, we can talk about this in the Q&A. We also find, of course, a lot of unqualified teachers in many countries, and we could say a lot of unqualified school leaders. And I know that VVOB has piloted a few programs to train school leaders, both in service but also before they become leaders. And we found through this work in West Africa a number of other interesting programs, like the Gambia, for example, has a program where the school leaders, the aspiring school leaders, get 1 year of training in management paid by the Ministry of Education before they become school leaders. These are all interesting initiatives that we think should be encouraged. Now, let me then almost end. I think I may have gone faster than 20 minutes, but that may be good to have more time for discussion. So where are we in the CESA? The first draft was discussed about a month ago. We got 70 pages of comments, single-spaced, and we went through all of them. VVOB is one of the organizations that provided comments. We agreed on 6 broad areas, 20 objectives. One of them specifically about school leadership and specifically about school leaders within that. For each of those objectives, the CESA document, the draft new CESA, includes both a reason for the objective, why do we choose that objective, and then a discussion of some of the resources that are available to guide countries in implementing that objectives. And then we also have a little bit on monitoring and evaluation indicators. And I should say, and this is important, that for school leadership, we will need to create those indicators. They are not yet available, and if you want to monitor what's happening with the new CESA, we'll have to look at that. So I think I'm done. Hopefully not more than 20 minutes.
Will you join the meeting?
Yvonne, I'm going to give you back the floor so that Steve can make his presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Quentin. Let us give him a proper round of applause. Thank you. I can see a lot of people drafting, so be prepared for a lot of questions. Allow me to welcome Professor Steve for the next session. Professor Steve? Prof, I believe you'll be sharing your own slides. If you have, I'm not sure whether you have slides.
Now, and I'm sorry I'm speaking to us. So, but I am so passionate about the issue of school leadership and quite honored to be one of the guest speakers. I just wanted to make a
Professor Steve, we can't hear you.
few remarks, not with slides. The network here.
Okay, we seem to be having a challenge with that.
I wonder if you can hear.
We cannot hear you. You keep breaking. Okay, so Professor Steve, what we will do is we'll go to question and answers first, as you try to find a location, that will allow you to communicate with us. So I believe my colleague Marianne is online.
Ivan, I think Steve's connection is better now, no? Steve, can you speak?
Okay, that is better. It's fine.
Okay, then you have the floor, Steve. Please continue. Hello? We cannot hear you.
Steve, you're muted, I think, on your mic. We can see that.
You wanted me to continue, Dr. Quentin?
Yes, please continue. If you have a connection, that is good. Please continue. Yep.
It's just breaking up. So, but I don't know if you can hear me. I want to say about school leadership in Africa. I have done a great deal.
Steve, we lost you again.
All right.
Okay, Quentin, I think we'll just go ahead with the Q&A for now, and then
Can I just say one or two things?
Work with Dr. Quentin on that.
Okay. Yeah, Steve, you are breaking. So I'm not sure it will work if you make a 10-minute presentation. You will break. Maybe I can mention a few things about what you are doing because I have a better connection. Would that be okay?
Some of the frameworks that African Union has learned about is the continental framework of teaching standards. Framework of.
Let's remove him.
Just mute him.
Then he summarizes what he does. Then we move on.
Okay. So you remove.
All right, Ivan, what do you want to do? So I can try to say a few things for Steve. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, please. I think you proceed. Also because of time.
Okay. So let me try to mention. I mean, Steve would speak much better about this, right? But he breaks. Connection is bad. So let me try to say a few things that I know he has been working on. There is currently a project being launched by AFTRA for an Africa-wide school leadership licensing scheme. And I think that's a key part of what he would have wanted to convey. So what does that mean in practice? And we are happy to think that through with all of you. So the idea is that existing school leaders would be able to take courses online, and the current intention is that IGBA will work with AFTRA to design those courses and take an examination on a number of areas that would cover what we believe school leaders should know. So this would cover a lot of topics, right? Of course, leadership practice, leadership styles, and so on, but also things which are much more specific, like gender responsive pedagogy, or how to make school inclusive, how to manage a school's budget, lots of different things. We haven't yet defined what exactly those modules would be, but this will happen within the next few months. And we have a few requests from specific countries to also help them design those courses for school leaders. In some cases, it is existing school leaders, so it is continuous professional development. In other cases, it is people who are teachers who want to become school leaders. And so we will have an examination that will be administered online for the school leaders to be able to be certified. And because of AFTRA's convening power, what we hope is that countries will then recognize that school leadership licensing, if you will, at the Africa level, so that school leaders also may have an ability to have mobility. Now, we also want to make sure that this is done, and when I was hearing Steve, he said a few things like that, that this is done within the frameworks that the African Union has, and we can strengthen some of those existing frameworks. So we wanted you to know that, because it's going to happen within the next few months, and potentially this could be launched by the end of the year. The idea was to try to prepare this still within the African Union Year of Education. Let me stop here, and I'm sorry that I talked for Steve, but he was breaking, so maybe
Recording
it was easier
stopped.
for me to mention that. Back to you, Ivan.
Thank you so much, Quentin. Please let us appreciate Dr. Quentin. It is not easy to stand in someone else's shoes. I think someone here said that the wearer of the shoe, no, it pinches, right? I don't know whether I'm using it correctly, but yeah. Okay, so we're going to go into Q&A, and I'll give the first opportunity to those of us who are here physically, and then I will cross over to our colleagues online. So I think we'll just take 3-4 questions, and then we'll move. Faye, Dr. Faye, may I disturb you and ask you to mark for me? So it'll be the first one. I don't know where okay, the second one. Gender balance. There's no gender balance. Okay, she'll be the third one. Okay, we'll go with those 3 for now.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank
you, Doc, for the presentation. I have one question. Per your presentation, you mentioned that one of the key challenges to the implementation of the CISA 2016 to 2025 was as a result of lack of funding. So my question is, moving to 2026 to 2035, what contingency plan is put in place to address this gap so that after 2035, we'll not come back to say we could not implement because of lack of funding? If you are able to help me on that, that would be very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great question. We'll take all of them first, Quentin, and then you will respond. Who was the second one? Yes, right here. Oh, you know, in class we have people who, they cut cues. Even here I see some. He was the second one. So I'll come to you. You are the fourth one. I'm a teacher. I look. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for a good presentation concerning with the continental education strategy for Africa. I think that is a CISA.
Yes.
Yeah. So my concern is in one of the slides or presentations, which is earmarked on gender representation in African leadership. Myself, I support that there should be some sort of gender balance in education leadership, that men and women should take positions in leadership. But it is so wonderful that somehow we overemphasize, that we put much emphasis on women representation in education leadership, where the purpose is to balance the gender. So how comes that we take that initiative while the purpose is to balance them. And we are the Africans, so we should ask the several questions in this area. What do we need in education? What are the specific needs? And we are talking about the African, we are talking about the school leadership in Africa. So do we need female leadership, or we need school leadership which is effective? So I think this area should be well articulated so that we can do something which we need rather than emphasizing something which is maybe taken from outside or done by somebody interested. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Those are two great questions. We'll have someone at the back. Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. I had a question.
If we can introduce ourselves.
Yes.
For the sake of someone on the
online. My name is Loran, and I'm a strategic education advisor working with VVOB in Rwanda. Thank you for the very focused presentations. I had a question regarding the initiative, the second presentation, the initiative that is being introduced regarding training, professional development for school leaders, and linking that to a licensing approach. I think, well, today here in person, we have explored some ongoing initiatives that certain governments, ministries of education already have regarding continuous professional development for school leaders and linking that to a school leadership license. So my question is, how do we see that alignment with like an African-based course? And have you done an exploration how these programs could align regarding the content, the contextualization, and what it means in terms of the different licenses that school leaders can then obtain, and how to then frame it for school leaders in Africa, the different options for them in terms of professional development. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorian. Another great question. You had a question?
I think it sent us on the same. My name is Bartholomew Lumbasi. Just on the same, in the same vein, on this element of school leadership licensing scheme, what happens with the existing terms of employment that vary from one country to the other?
Thank you so much. Dr. Quintin, I think we can take those for now. I'm hoping that Steve can also be able to respond. Dr. Quintin, over to you.
All right. So I noted 4
Dr.
questions,
Quintin?
I think. So, yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you now. Please go ahead.
All right, wonderful. So I think there was a first question about lack of funding, right? So there are 2 answers here. One, of course, is that the strategy will advocate for more investment in education by countries, which is where the rubber hits the road. There are different ways of doing that, but that's one of the aims, and there will be also a stronger effort at communications and dissemination of the new CESA. Now, for the African Union itself, there is an issue as well that, for example, many of the CESA clusters mention lack of funding as a reason why they're not sometimes operating as well as they could or should. I think what is proposed actually is that there is a mechanism to try to fundraise for those CESA clusters to have some resources that will enable them to have a larger impact, right? I mean, recall that these clusters are typically 15, 20 organizations, some large, some smaller, that work on a very specific topic. There are a dozen CESA clusters right now. And so they can really help share knowledge across countries, organize events, and so on. And so we need to make sure that at the level of the African Union as well, there is a mechanism that can support those clusters for them to be more effective. But of course, the broader lack of funding at the country level, all we can do is advocate for it, but with good data. That's why the CESA has an investment case in it, because we hope that it will be read not only by the ministries of education, but also by the ministries of finance, for example. So that's on the first question. On the second question, so the point is not to impose a gender aspect from outside. The point is to recognize a few facts, right? First, our research and the research of others suggests that when you have female teachers and female school leaders, there is stronger performance by boys and girls alike. That's very important. Now, our own research that we are going to release formally in a few weeks tries to also explain why is this like that, right? And when we look at the data, we have some insights into why. So, for example, women teachers are less likely to have a second job. Why? Because they're less likely to be poor. Why? Because they were typically more educated and therefore were probably able to marry a husband who also has relatively good earning powers, and that makes a huge difference, because if the woman does not have a second job like more men have, she can focus more on the teaching. Perhaps also the responsibilities at home play a role. So there are different things that we can look at. Now, what's also very important is that apart from the fact that women are associated, this is not an RCT, it's an association, econometric association, that women are associated with better performance for the children. There is a big benefit for states, for countries, to hire more women when they are a small minority. Why? Because women tend to stay as teachers longer. So we have data on that as well. Men, if they get a better job or a better earnings, are going to leave teaching and go somewhere else, right? So the attrition rate for women may be lower, right? So there are lots of benefits from doing that. And what we are doing in addition is also trying to understand what are the barriers that women feel for being a teacher or being a school leader. For example, we have a very nice small survey in Uganda that tells us some insights about what some of those barriers are, right? So there's a whole agenda there, not to have necessarily more women than men, no, but to have more balance, which then also has a lot of benefits for women serving as role models for girls to continue their education, but also to quantify what are the benefits for learning, what are the benefits for reduced attrition, what are the benefits for A, B, C, D, E. So this does not come from outside, it comes from the African data and African practices. And we have, in several countries, good practices for women to be teachers or for women to be school leaders. Then there were two questions about the school leadership licensing. So maybe what I'll do is not respond. Let's see if Steve is there and if he heard the questions, and then let Steve respond, and then if Steve cannot connect properly, then I will respond. Steve, are you still there? Mm-hmm.
Hello, Steve. Okay. Quentin, I'm informed he's not online. Please continue.
Oh, he's not online. Okay, maybe he had the connection was maybe too bad. Sorry about that. So let me try to respond, right? So the Africa Licensing Initiative for School Leaders is an initiative with 4 partners. So there is AFTRA, there is UNESCO ICBA, there is Education International, and there is the African Union, right? So we have still a lot of work to do. We are aware, of course, of some of the licensing mechanisms that exist in different countries. What we need to do is to draft a much more detailed concept note and what would be the coursework that the teachers would need to take to become school leaders, or existing school leaders would need to take, and those would be different, probably slightly. And then have a clear view about how do we test very practically those competencies, right? But this is not going to replace any of what is happening at the country level. At the country level, countries will continue to have their own systems. What we want to try to do is to have something that becomes a reference at the continental level that then countries can also, if they would want, take inspiration from. But of course, we will also take inspiration from what exists at the country level. And then the last question, I'm not sure because I didn't take good notes here. What again was that was a gentleman, what he said. Maybe we can ask him again. I remember what the person from VVUB said, but I didn't take good notes for the last question.
That's okay, Quincy. Maybe we can ask Mr. Lumbasi to go again, if you don't mind.
Thank you so much. My name is Bartholomew. The question was on school leadership licensing scheme. What will happen because of the existing terms of employment that vary from one country to the other as regards the engagement of the school leadership?
Right. So I mean, the Africa licensing does not affect what's happening in the countries. Right? Countries have the autonomy to do whatever they want. Right. What we hope is that this is an additional licensing that can have two beneficial features, right? One beneficial feature is for the teacher or the school leaders who gets vetted, if you will, right? That can help potentially the teacher to be able to teach in another country. And you know that there is a whole mobility protocol for teachers produced by the African Union. So we want to encourage, when that fits what people want to do, that mobility of countries. You have huge shortages of teachers and school leaders in some countries, and you have actually a surplus in other countries, right? Having that market function better would be one of the potential benefits. And so it's not neither affecting the terms of contracts of what a school leader needs to have in a specific country, right? But so we hope that it can help potentially for a bit of mobility, but then we also hope that many countries that do not currently have proper career tracks for school leaders. We know that many countries do not have it, that do not have well-defined professional standards and competencies for skilled leaders, right? That they can take inspiration from the Africa-wide licensing idea and adapt that to what they need in their own countries, right? But let's not dream, right? I mean, we hope to provide that service, create the licensing, but we don't expect thousands or tens of thousands right away to take those exams, no. But we want to create that so that it can also become a reference for countries across Africa. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you so much. You've answered the question, but with a mix of one, there is the element of the teacher mobility from one country to the other, which is already provided for within the qualification frameworks and the mutual recognition as per the protocol set up in the AU. But right now, you're talking about school leadership and the challenge of even just moving from one country to go and provide leadership in a school in another country also remains in question, but I think it's a subject that we are going to discuss further. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think, if I remember correctly, Dr. Quentin also said that we are open to suggestions on how this can be. It's still, I would call it, in the pot. We are still trying to see whether we are boiling it or we are frying it or we are roasting it. So it's still very raw. So getting your suggestions on how best we can go about this, I think that is much welcome and will be highly appreciated. I don't know whether there's one more burning. If you have extremely burning question before we move to the online. Okay, we have one more, just that one, and then we move to online.
Thank you, Prof. From your presentation, I noticed as you are concluding the previous plan, under the conclusion, there was an aspect of implementation of governance framework. And you indicated that it was not implemented, non-implementation of the, were there peculiar reasons which resulted into the non-implementation of the framework? And then it also appeared again in the proposed plan on matters governance. What are some, if it is there, what are some of the measures that have been put in place to ensure that it is finally implemented?
Thank you so much. That's a great question. You have a follow-up question?
Yes. So there was a governance framework that was adopted for CESA 2016 to 2025, right? And some of it worked relatively well. I think we got pretty good feedback for the CESA clusters, for example, even if some are not working very well. The cluster mechanism was found very useful. But then there were other things that were not implemented very well. There was an ambition to create a CESA journal. There were just a few issues. There was an ambition that CESA would be driven by a committee of 10 heads of states. That didn't work too well. There were a number of different things. Taking that into account, there are very, very specific proposals that were made for the governance of CESA 2635, the next 10 years. So there is a steering committee. It is not at the level of heads of state. It is at the level of ministers of education with representations from the 5 regions, people nominated for 3 years and then turning, ministries can also have their representatives there, so that it's a slightly lower level, so that it actually will function and people will attend and so on. Then there is an operational committee, which has a very different function. And then there are 5 subcommittees from the operational committee with very specific responsibilities. So it's a bit more precise, it's a bit more operational. And there are a number of other things that we recommend in terms of implementation. So there should be a midterm review. That didn't really happen with the previous strategy. There was a partial midterm review done after 10 years, essentially. There should be a stronger reporting mechanism, not every year, because that won't work, but every 2 or 3 years, we suggest how that can be done. So there's a lot of, I mean, it's just a few pages, but it explains clearly what could be done to make a strong implementation structure at the level of the African Union, and also monitoring. On monitoring, it's much more tight. So the number of objectives is smaller, and for most objectives, the leadership one is a bit different, but for most objectives, there are clear indicators that we can already use, which are aligned with SDG 4, which makes it easier. One of the recommendations that was made when we had the review of the draft was that there should be focal points in the ministries, CESA focal points, and in the regional economic communities. So that would help a lot for bi-directional information, right? So that the African Union can provide information on what's happening at the continental level and so on to the regional communities and to the member states in an easier way, but it can go the other way as well. And so those focal points are clearly specified as well in the strategy as one of the key mechanisms to have better coordination. Now, whether all of this will work, that remains to be seen, but it's a bit more precise, it's a bit more detailed than what we had before, and it's put down at a bit more operational level as opposed to just the broad strategic level. So I hope that helps a little bit to explain the intent, at least of what is in the strategy.
Thank you so much, Quentin. Now we move over to online participants. I welcome Marianne. Marianne will have at most 10 minutes for the online Q&A. Are you online?
Yes. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You're welcome. Please introduce yourself and then you can proceed.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Marianne Dreas-Sheikha, and I work with the KICS Africa 19 Hub team from UNESCO ICFA virtually. I'm an education consultant and former teacher. And in fact, I used to work in school leadership too. So I want to thank Quentin and also Steve, although he wasn't able to speak directly, for their presentations. There's been a lot of interest in the chat box from our attendees who are tuning in virtually today, and some great comments too. And some of them are even sharing resources and links to studies. So I think what I can do is raise 3 specific questions, and then there's a couple of hands. So maybe if we have some time, we can get to the hands next. But those of you that are raising hands, like Damaris, Jose, and John Balamara, maybe you could type your question in the chat box so we can get to them more quickly. So is it okay, Yvonne, if I ask 3 direct questions and then we take it from there?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So I want to first raise one from someone named Oswell Hapanyangwe, hope I said it right. They are asking whether or not we have found out the reason for the low awareness and the low implementation rates of the first phase of CISA, and whether there'd be any way to address this in the new phase. So how can we increase the awareness and of the strategy, and also the implementation and the impact rates? So that's one question about what have we learned from the old and transferring to the new. A question from Leslie Hever. She's asking whether there is a cluster for the second chance learning, so second chances for students, and what can be done about that. So whether CISA has a second chance learning cluster. And then thirdly, we have somebody from Uganda, Juliet, who's asking, raising the issue of school dropouts amongst girls and lower levels of lower levels of school, saying that usually it's because they lack sanitary pads, and they not necessarily because of poor learning outcomes, but because of their gendered status, and limited access to bathrooms and sanitary pads. Does CESA have anything to say about that? What can be done about some of the unique challenges that girl students face, and whether there's any comments from the strategy on that? Can we begin with those three questions? I'm happy to repeat them if need be.
It's very clear.
Thank you so much, Marianne. Over to you, Quentin.
All right. So the first question on the low awareness and limited implementation, right? So awareness, this is something that we can help. We can help the African Union make sure that CESA is well known. So there's again a small discussion about that, and what could be done at the launch of CESA and what could be done after CESA has been launched, so that there is stronger awareness of it in the countries. We hope also that the document will be found more useful because, again, for every single one of the 20 objectives, there is an explanation of why does it matter, then references to 5 to 10 pieces in the literature that could be useful for countries, and then a discussion about how you actually monitor outcomes. All of that was not part of the previous CESA, so that's the new CESA. But indeed, I mean, the African Union and countries will need to have efforts to promote awareness of the new CESA, especially if it is adopted in February. And many organizations, us, VVOB, others could help for that. On the issue of, is there a cluster for the second chance learning? No, not currently. So currently we have 12 clusters, which are broadly aligned, although not exactly aligned, with the 12 strategic objectives of the previous CESA. The objectives are changing, and our guess is that there will be a realignment of the clusters. And there could be an incentive to have slightly less clusters. I mean, there will be 6 strategic areas for the new CESA. There is a benefit of having slightly larger clusters so that they have more resources, they are better managed, and so on. But then with subcommittees for objectives within those clusters. So that is a decision that the African Union has to make, and that decision will not come now. It will come only after the potential adoption of the new CESA in February. And if that's the case, then there might not be a cluster specifically for out-of-school children, but there might be a cluster for the issue of second chance programs and lifelong learning. And within that, there would be 3 objectives. So there could be 3 subcommittees, for example, in one cluster. So this is all to be discussed, but has to be discussed after adoption of the strategy, how we implement the cluster mechanism. There is a clear understanding that we need to keep the cluster mechanism because it's a low-cost way to coordinate action by many, many different stakeholders. And then on the question from Uganda. So of course, yes, sanitary pads and other issues matter for girls dropping out. But if you ask a typical person working on girls' education, and I've done that in many meetings, what's the main reason for girls dropping out? They come up and say, first, social norms, and then issues like sanitary pads and others, right? But what's very important to understand is that at the primary level, and at the lower secondary level, where sanitary pads are less important, right? Certainly at the primary level, right? There, the main reason for dropout is lack of learning, and that comes from the parents, and quite detailed work with parents being able to choose among many, many different reasons why the boy or the girl dropped out. And when you have dropped out at the primary level, you know that the completion rates are very low in Africa, right? And even lower at the lower secondary level. So if we forget that and focus only on what matters, which does matter for the adolescent girls who are a bit older, we lose an opportunity, right? And the argument, and that's in the girls' education report, we can make that available to you. It's published, that was released at the African Union first Pan-African Conference on Girls' Education. The argument is, yes, social norms matter, yes, pads and other things matter, but don't forget to improve learning, because it's a lack of learning that is responsible for the largest amount of dropouts for boys and girls alike, while the other things matter for at a slightly later stage, but when you have only in many countries 20 or 30% of the girls still in school, right? So we have to do both. So of course I'm not contradicting what you say. The pads and other things are important, but let's not forget about the lack of learning as a key issue. And that was leading to the argument that because women, for a number of reasons that we can explain at least in part, tend to have a positive association with learning, and because they are underrepresented and then cannot serve as role models for girls, we need to increase the share of women, especially in leadership, in the countries where that share is very low. In some countries, in high-income countries or upper middle-income countries in Africa, more women are teachers, and sometimes women are school leaders. But in the low income and the lower middle income countries, typically the women are underrepresented in teaching at the secondary level and in school leadership. Back to you.
Thank you, Quentin. Marianne, over to you.
Yes, Quentin, thank you. I think that your responses were clear, and I hope so for the online audience. There have been a couple of more questions, I think even responses to what you're saying now, that have been coming up. Do we have a few more minutes, Yvonne, for maybe 2 more questions?
Yes, so I think we have about 5 minutes.
Okay. Okay, I'll try to pick some of the best ones. There is one question from Jose Decpo. The question is related to the dropout rates of students. Whether or not the unemployment of educated youth in a country is, whether or not it's being considered as one of the factors heavily influencing school dropout rates, other than the lack of learning that you're discussing, Quentin, but whether or not the relevance or usefulness of education is seen as one of the factors influencing dropout rates. So education and employment, the link. And one more question, pick the best one. A question on, to what extent school leadership goals can even be aligned with broader educational policies and CISA. So I think just maybe more trying to make CISA more well linked to school leadership goals, where the two worlds might be seen as somewhat separate at the policy or systemic level, and then the leadership level at a school and even in the classroom. So maybe more of a link there that can be made. There were other questions, but maybe we'll have to start wrapping it up. Let me know if there's more time, Yvonne, but those are the 2 that I think I can ask now. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. I think that will just be enough for today. Over to Quentin. Dr. Quentin?
Right. So on this question of learning and other factors leading to dropout, right? So the data is for 10 African countries, Francophone ones. So it might be slightly different elsewhere. Parents are asked, why did your child never go to school? Or why did your child drop out of school? There are 17 reasons for the dropout that can be chosen. So we are able to see somewhat precisely what's related to lack of learning, what's related to non-interest in schooling, which may be because labor market returns are too low, what's related to social norms, what's related to accessibility of the schools, are there secondary schools nearby, for example, and things like that. And so we can look at that in details. We have 2 years of data, so we can check for the robustness over time. And so what I'm saying is that on average, across the countries, at the primary and lower secondary level, the main issue for dropping out is lack of learning. The other issues also play a role. When you go to upper secondary level, that becomes a bit different, especially for girls. At the upper secondary level for girls, social norms play a huge role, right? Parents saying, oh, it's a girl, or parents saying she was pregnant, or whatever it is, right? And what I'm talking here is about averages, right? It's actually different in each country, right? In some countries, the issue of the cost of schooling comes out very strongly. In other countries, not the case, right? So we have to be a bit careful. But I wanted to emphasize the issue of learning because it linked to the teachers and it linked to the school leadership. And it's something that sometimes we forget to mention clearly, that we have to improve learning to improve educational attainment. But other factors matter and it changes between countries. The other question was about the link between school leadership and CESA. Well, school leadership was mentioned, but not as strongly in the previous CESA. Here is mentioned very strongly in the new CESA. And of course, in the new CESA, we try to discuss the links, but the document cannot be more than 50, 60 page long when it's going to be formatted. So we have limited scope, right? But we are going to do companion pieces, or we hope so, once we know that the strategy is on track for approval. And so there would be one piece on school leadership. And if some of you want to help with that, you can contact me. The last thing I want to mention has nothing to do with the questions. I just want all of you to know that for World Teachers' Day, we are organizing a large event at the African Union, which is in person and hybrid, so you can participate. There will be 4 sessions, one on teacher policies, one on teacher well-being, one on teacher practices, and then one on teacher training. Jeff, Faye, and so on, I think I shared with you those things, but I can resend it. If you can share it with the participants, feel free to come online. You have to register to participate online, but you can listen to one session and not the others. We have very good speakers, and so I hope that some of you will be there, and the issue of leadership, school leadership, will of course be discussed at that event. We are organizing the event on October 3rd. Which is, I think, next Thursday, because October 5th is Sunday, right? And then the last thing I want to mention, perhaps one more thing, is that we are providing guidance to a few countries about teacher awards. We also believe that there should be school leadership awards. And if you want some reflections about how to go about this, we have some materials that we can share. So let me stop here, unless there is any other burning question. And Ivan, I'll send you the links again and the materials for World Teachers' Day in case some people want to join. And I've put in the chat the link again to the CESA survey on teachers. If some of you have the time to fill it, it takes you 15, 20 minutes, and it helps. Because it gives an idea about what you believe should be the priorities, including for the new CESA. So it does matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Quentin. Please let us give them a... We are tired. Very. Can we give them a proper clap, kindly?
I can hear it, so it doesn't matter. But I'm glad well, thank you again for this opportunity to talk to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will call Dr. Steve Kamanzi for a reflection. Dr. Steve is the Chief of Party and Country Director of Education Development Center, EDC, in Liberia. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have 4 PhDs, though. Yeah, but we really appreciate the panelists, the keynote speakers, Dr. Quentin, and we couldn't follow his fellow panelists, but we were able to cover, I think, most of what we were supposed to cover today. Just want to share a few key reflection points. I think one thing that is coming out from this session and the presentation is, again, for me, it's an encouragement and a reminder that we are doing the right thing, right? School leadership, and seeing that it's being, it's receiving the space it's supposed to receive at the continental level. It's a great encouragement. And whatever we have been doing, I think even when we reference CSR, and this helps us even to reach out to the policymakers and continue to influence policy reforms and making sure that school leadership is part and parcel of the reforms that are happening in each of the contexts. So that's a great encouragement to all of us. And again, it's also, when he was concluding, he said he's inviting us to even, there was a survey that was conducted, the lessons were collected, and they're informing the new design, but we have also the opportunity for us also to inform through the filling of the surveys. So there are a lot of lessons that we heard this morning when we were moving around the different interventions. So I think it's a great opportunity to actually provide our input into that as well. And when we have the strategy adopted at the continental level, then we actually take it to the use. And one other aspect that is being addressed as well is lack of awareness. And it's important that this session is happening. We're being aware, but I think it should even go beyond here to making sure that the end users are able to access that information. And then there's also a way to make it user-friendly in such a way that it informs reforms that are happening at country level in each of the contexts. So really a great appreciation to the presenters. School leadership. I think in the morning, one of the quotes that we heard was leadership as a cause, right? And effects follows. So it's one of the so many objectives, and they could be hidden among so many objectives, but we know very well that it's a glue. And there are a lot of benefits that have been shared with that. But a particular emphasis, again, even for us to look into, is female school leadership. And even in the presentation this morning, we had a lot of great success stories, but less is being done to ensure that female leaders, school leaders are really provided and facilitated to have access to these trainings, given the opportunity, given the benefits basically that are there when we have a female teacher in a classroom, when you have a female head teacher in a school. What kind of benefit do we draw from that? So we need to look at that as well, ensuring that we draw from those benefits and then inform our intervention in such a way that we attract female leaders. There's an issue of making the teaching job attractive, right? I think leadership will contribute towards that. School leadership will contribute towards that. I think one of I think across the presentation this morning, and we heard a lot of anecdotal success stories and the change that is happening, and leadership is playing a key role to ensuring this school environment at the student level, at the teacher level. It helps in terms of addressing dropout, but even turnover as far as teachers is concerned. So something that we need to continue look into as we continue to adapt our interventions. One other aspect that we need also to look at is also leadership at various or several touch points, right? Ensuring that leadership is not only at the level of the head teacher, but it could also cut across even the leaders. Because I think this was one of the points that was raised this morning, that as in much we are trying to making sure that the school leaders are licensed, but it's not about licensing. It's actually to empower them to do the job and what they're supposed to do. And before we get to the licensing, I think we need to make sure that school leadership is about improving the learning environment, is improving the school environment, and then, of course, the licensing follows. I think these are some of the points that we want to take away from this session, and I would like to again remind us that it's important that we continue to input the strategy. There's an invitation that has been sent to us to fill out that survey. So I will take it, I will just make it brief, and then just make a closing unless there is any specific input maybe from the audience. So you want to make a point as we conclude on these reflection sessions. Otherwise, I will turn on the microphone to the moderator.
Thank you so much, Dr. Steve. I will not speak after him. Those are words of wisdom. I fear I may dilute them. So I will just request our participants online to put on their cameras for a photo. Let us put on our videos. Thank you. I can see we're already doing that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let us put on our cameras. Kindly, we are putting them on and then putting them off. We just want to take a quick group photo as we end the session, kindly. Thank you. Okay, I've stopped saying thank you. Kindly, let us put on our videos just for a quick photo. I'm feeling shy today. Thank you, John. Others? We take a picture of John only. Of the names. Okay.
So Yvonne, you have to go fast because some people are smiling and they will be fatigued with their smile.
Thank you so much, Quentin. We can take a picture of you with a wide smile. Thank you so much. So we come to the end of our webinar today. So for those of us who are online, you are free to log off. Thank you once again for participating. We appreciate. Oh, and now the cameras have come back. Should we wait? Yes, now the cameras are here. Please just put them on. Oh, why are you putting them on and off? Okay, so tech team, kindly help us take a photo for the webinar. Thank you so much. Please let them stay on just a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer. Don't put them off. You're good? Okay. Thank you so much. And you have a good afternoon. Allow me to give it back to Dr.
Thank you.
Michael.
Thank you. Another round of applause.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Fantastic webinar.
Bye.
My job now is to close.
Thank you, bye.
Bye.
So we started the afternoon after lunch with Rethinking School Leadership in Africa, which was presented by Professor Pansiri, where he used Ubuntu to frame his presentation. Then we continue with a presentation from Saber Education. Lucy and Kwabena led that presentation, School Leadership in ECE and Community Involvement in Ghana. And then we had our tea, we had a tea break, and then we came back for the webinar presented by Quentin and Steve. So we thank you for a very fruitful day. It's been a very exciting day. And we are hoping that we'll continue tomorrow with the excitement and make it happen. So I will end with two proverbs. I like African proverbs. I will close the session with two African proverbs. The first one, the rock never loses its value because of wet weather. The rock never loses its value because of wet weather, which represents resilience. We are resilient, our school leaders are resilient, and we hope that we will achieve our goals. And the last one, which is a Gonja proverb, they don't kill all the partridge before they plant millet, which is a Gonja proverb, which also means you cannot remove all the difficulty in the world before you do your work. So in the midst of our challenges, we believe that school leadership will still make it work for us to achieve our learning outcomes. Come again. The second one, they do not kill all the partridge before they plant millet. You cannot remove all the difficulties in the world before you do their work. You do your work. This is from day 2018. Let me cite properly. On that note, leadership is cause, all others are effects, by Stephen Adad. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Mike. Thank you very much, colleagues. Now it's time to go, but just a few announcements, then we can go. So we are taking a break now, between now and 7 o'clock. Yes, so initially our plan, in our planning, we had said dinner will be at 6, but the hotel has requested us to move to 7 for practical reasons. So we are kindly asking our international guests, as well as those who registered. You got that? Our international guests and those who registered to then come at 7. The venue is Sokoina Restaurant. It's upstairs. So when you come, you can ask the staff here. They'll show you where to go. So that's Sokoina. And also we kindly ask those who have the folders, please keep them and bring them tomorrow. They'll be helpful. And keep them as you fly back home on Friday and beyond. They'll be very useful. So we kindly ask that we printed them for you. So it's not just for this. If it's for you, keep it. It's yours. Read in the evening when you get a chance. Without further ado, that's the end of our sessions today. Let's meet for dinner at 7 to 8. Then we'll be done. Thank you very much. All right, we are free to take the evening.